Super. Good to see you. I missed you. Oh, I should probably send the announcement to the Discord. That would make a lot of sense. If I wanted, like, literally anybody to be watching me right now, I'd probably announce it on the Discord. Beep. There we go. Bum bum, this song whips. This song does kind of whip though, is the thing. You know, it's nice to just be live and not have anyone watching me. It's a huge weight off of my mind. You know, it's nice to just like be on the camera. I so rarely get the opportunity to appreciate myself as part of the room around me. And I've really missed that. Oh shit, wait, okay, well now people are posting in chat, so that's ruined it. Hi Vega, hi Bram, hi Arby. Hello everybody. Hi Beans. I love when I have the text in my tweet highlighted and then I hit to make a new tweet and then it moves all of the text to the next tweet in the thread for some reason. It's like, yeah, Frampus. That was, it was a deliberate mashup of their two aesthetics. And it was not because this is the only suit jacket that I have that isn't just like the black one I wear to funerals. We're gonna find out if Twitter is actually going to let me post a reply with a link in it, which it often will not let me do from mobile. We shall see. Okay. Good morning, Bremy. Yeah, it's totally morning here too, bright and early. Ooh, wow. I sure did wake up. I didn't wake up super late because I slept in a dark basement where it's difficult to tell when the sun rises. Hi, Kringus. Okay. The post is posted, and the reply, excellent. Hi. Thank you, Kringus. I worked hard on it this morning. I also worked hard for like half a fucking hour trying to take a good picture of myself in it to use for stream promotion. While it is lovely in the abstract, I'm not sure that this royal blue is my color. Or maybe it was just an issue caused by the shifting contrast with the background color as it scrolls between every shade in between red and blue. Thank you, Garrulus. You know, it's actually a jabot. Where's my water? No, dude, did I forget my water downstairs even though I brought up a delicious bowl of test treats? That would be so fucked up. I need water more than ever for this. All right, well, I'm gonna have to... Thank you, RB. I'm gonna have to go get water before I actually start streaming. I'm gonna actually get to cheat and pretend. It's like, I'll just disable the water redeem. No, I actually do need to drink water for this because the entire stream from front to back is just me talking and reading dialogue. Also, do you guys think that I should say that I'm streaming the original 2007 game, or should I say that I'm streaming the remake? The remake is newer, but the original one has more followers on Twitch. I don't know. I don't know how these things work. Thank you, Bremy. I'm not sure that people besides myself and the mods can see what Bremy just did, but thank you, Bremy. I appreciate that. I was thinking that it was more like a 80s lawyer thing with the hair and everything. I don't know, though. I mostly just kind of put on whatever I had. This is my usual floofy shirt that I'm wearing under this. Also, I am actually wearing an undershirt. I put on a white t-shirt under this whole thing, even though it is probably going to make me sweat horribly. Just on the, because like, it's mostly going to be like this, and you wouldn't see anything, but just in case I like gesture wildly, I didn't want any nip perception possible. God, this song goes the fuck off. Now, I don't like this sleeve. That's fair, Bremy. Okay, I wasn't sure whether you were cleverly and subtly digging at my appearance, Bremy, by banning that term, or whether you were looking out for me. Thanks, Bremy. I just watched Bremy, like, ad-blocked term a million different unflattering descriptions of my appearance. Hey, I just wanted to make sure, you know. I didn't want somebody coming into chat and saying you look like that. I don't know about that, RB. Hi, Faith. Even if I was wearing like a silicone breast form and I had huge ass titties right now, like what would it would look like? Hang on. It would look like this. Like I'm not sure that it would be meaningfully distinct. Bram, for this I will mute you. Do 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 do. Wear this out on dates with Barry? I don't think so. I don't think I should even wear this in a court of law. Also, I did not actually have a matching skirt because I forgot that this jacket was actually part of a set. I was just like, oh, I'm sure that jacket came with a royal blue pencil skirt to match, and then I'll just tuck my white shirt into that. But that was not the case. The jacket comes with like almost like a maxi dress, like a pencil dress of the same color with big gold buttons down the front, which you may recall if you saw some of my older Phoenix Wright streams like 2 years ago. So I actually did not have a matching. Bremy, I'm sorry to disappoint you. You're right that would have been funny. I probably should have just kept my shorts on. I'm wearing the color probably does not communicate well on account of the chroma key, but I am wearing like sage green skirt, which I don't know, doesn't really clash with the outfit, even if it doesn't go with it super well. Hi, 20 yards. All right, well, Bram, you know that I don't have water and I have to go get it. So this is basically just mocking me further. Indeed, I have half a mind to time you out again. Let's see here. Where's that Ahegao price? Go get water now? Okay, I'll go get water now. I feel like it's been long enough. I can hit the be right back screen for like 15 seconds or however long it's going to take. Okay. Let me unplug from the headphones in advance. Okay, I'm detached from the streaming apparatus. Now I'm going to go. Okay. See you in a second. I'm back! Wait, no, I don't want to be on this scene. I'm back! When I went out my bedroom door, I like immediately encountered my roommate. I just stared at her like a deer in headlights. I was like, hey. And then I ran down and got my water. And also, the entire ground floor of my house currently smells like cigarette smoke. Because as is West Philadelphia, not West Philadelphia, I live in South Philadelphia now, tradition on a Sunday morning, all of my neighbors are having a big conversation in their yard and all smoking at the same time. And it's such a lovely day that we open the windows, because why wouldn't we? Now I actually will hydrate. God, that actually is really good. Hang on. Also, check out this primo lip stain. It'll build character. Yeah, it puts hair on my chest. God, that's really good. I seem to have been badly dehydrated. Excuse me. I drove Ray to dance class this morning, so I've been fucking all over the place. And I tried to order breakfast from my local cafe, but when I called them, I was on hold for 8 minutes. And then I said, okay, they have forgotten about me. And then I retreated into mine solitude. Garrulus, thank you for the cheat. Yum, 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 yum. Bram, the thing is that fruit is a homosexual slur, and I didn't feel like letting you off on a technicality. I don't really feel inclined to let you off even not on a technicality. Bum bum. Alright, I think I might just start playing the video game Phoenix Wright. I don't know how many people are in here, but I don't really care. I feel I've talked long enough. I'm interested in playing the video game Phoenix Wright. It's actually not Phoenix Wright. It's Apollo Justice: Ace Attorney Trilogy, if I knew anything about video games. I was insanely sleepy last night on account of all of the clonazepam that I took in order to play Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. It's crazy. That's right, Bremy. The first case, a lot of people don't know this. The first case of this game, Apollo Justice, is actually Phoenix Wright is the murder victim. You bring his killer to, eponymously, justice. So there you go. Phoenix is dead. He will never appear in another game. Don't look forward to that. Oh, we're playing Godot's theme now. Motherfucker, you know we are playing Godot's theme now. Sadly, not a character who makes an appearance in this game. I'm sorry to say. Think of all the super misogynist shit Godot could have said to Emma Skye had he made it to this game. No dice. He's still in jail or whatever. I don't remember what happens to him at the end of Phoenix Wright 3. Oh my god, my nose is running.
Wanna dance?
Oh, Mish, thank you so much for the bits. Yes, he died of a cold. Well, he fell into that big river, Quoid. Yeah, honestly, I feel like we should recap what happened last time I played a Phoenix Wright game. Phoenix fell into a big river. Phoenix was in the mountains in the freezing cold. It was the winter. He was in the mountains. He froze to death. He fell into the river and died. Edgeworth and Larry fucked around. My enduring image of that case is just Edgeworth and Larry talking at Larry's shack down by the river about their embarrassing school memories. Fucking goddamn it. I'm glad I'm not a big enough streamer for people to make compilations like Tessa fails to throw a cord onto the bed for 10 minutes. If you gave Raiden a twink. Oh my god, Bremy, you're right. That hadn't occurred to me. Bremy, you speak the truth. Yeah, Metal Gear Rising Revengeance Raiden with a tan. He even has a visor. It just looks marginally less cringe than Godot's visor. All right. Where's my controller? I refuse to play this on a mouse and keyboard, even though it would make a ton of sense to play on a mouse and keyboard. Because I originally played it, excuse me, video game, thank you. Because I originally played it, I don't know who any of these characters are, on a Nintendo DS. Yeah, 2007! That's right, Arbeat, he's got 2 of them. Not to be confused with 2 Ahegaos, which would currently run you about 30,000 channel points. 31,000, I think. Of that, look at this super shitty, like, Photoshop default craquelure texture they put over this. We shall see, Bremy, but it doesn't look good for him. Alright, voice acting time. Fuck, you can see the showdown time. Who's talking? Also, you can see the green screen over there. I need to move it. I don't know who's talking right now. I never know who's talking during these. Blorp. Ugh. It went hard as fuck, I need peeling. I regret that I'm streaming this on PC, that I'm streaming the remake, because the sprite art in the original was absolutely fucking gorgeous. I seem to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead. Someone hit him. Hard. Me? Please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should it come to that. Ooh. Alright, let me move my fucking green screen, you video game. Also, let me clear my throat. Okay, we're good. Back to this lobby. Ah, Bremy, but the observant will notice. Yeah? Okay, you can't see my cursor. The observant will notice there is now a different painting. I think that's supposed to be the judge. I don't know why he's in front of a couple, like, red furs at sunset or a solar eclipse or something. All right. April 20th, 9:37 a.m., District Court Defendant Lobby number 3. I'm gonna be saying that shit a lot. Hi, ZJ. Panicked. Palms sweaty. I can admit it. I'm nervous. I think this is Christoph. Ah, good morning. It's Christoph. Good morning, sir! You look tense, Justice. Wound up tight. Wound up, sir? No! I'm loose. I'm fine. That screeching noise. Is that your voice? I suppose it's to be expected. Your first trial and it's a homicide. I guess justice doesn't start small, eh? I'm fine! I got up at 5 a.m. to do my Chords of Steel voice workout. I'm fine! That explains it. I did detect a certain rasping quality to your screech. I overdid it again. As you know, your client today is a good friend of mine. I wouldn't want to let him down, if you get my drift. Drift gotten, sir! I'm all over that drift! As it happens, I dined with him the night of the murder. We can't let this case fall through. Yes, I'm fine, sir. One more thing. Don't say you're fine quite so much. People might take you the wrong way. I'll be preparing our case. You might want to introduce yourself to the client. Don't even trip, Garrulus. Don't worry about it. Oh, is the game loud as fuck? The game is loud as fuck. Sorry. My name is Apollo Justice. I'm sorry, I forgot to turn down the game input after I set up the scene last night. I apologize. If it isn't clear already, I'm a new attorney. Today's my first trial. Not that I'm worried or anything. The defendant has been accused of murder. My boss wants to help him out, of course. And so do I. I mean, there's no way he did it. Not him. No way. Bua, whomst, bua. No, Garrulus, never. Whoa! Good morning. Morning. It's all up to you today. First trial, nervous. Meeting him, cardiac arrest. I think I'm supposed to say something. Help? So, you're... Fine! I'm fine! Mr. Fine, is it? I did remember you having an odd name. Like, he's fucking one to talk. Well, we're off to a great start. Are you sure you're okay? I mean, with me? Mr. Gavin is a top-notch defense attorney. And he's your friend, so why? You'll see. You can do it. Be confident. I'm really sorry this happened to you. I mean, It's time, shall we? Are they meeting for the first time now? Even public defenders get more of a headway to meet their clients than this. Yes, sir! Okay, I need to focus. First trial, here comes justice. Justice matters most. God, I missed streaming fucking Phoenix, right? April 20th, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 2. Let me move myself over a little. Measure. God, I missed this. It's the same fucking goddamn judge as always. You would think maybe they would have his blonde Canadian cousin sit in for this game, so it wasn't literally the exact same judge. No, incorrect.
The court is now in session.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is fine. I mean, ready, Your Honor. Mind going blank. Don't panic. Too late.
Your name was Mr. Justice? And this is your first trial?
Yes, Your Honor, but I'm fine, really.
Are you quite sure? Your voice sounds a bit strange.
Mish, thank you for the follow. Let me look at our court record. Check it out, guys. Check it out. Because this is using the Nintendo DS technology that the last case of the first game used, we can now arbitrarily rotate any fucking piece of evidence. R-beat, it was kind of, depending on your definition, R-beat, yes. Because the first three Phoenix Wright games were all originally on the Game Boy Advance. I think that they all got DS releases. Actually, I'm not sure if they all got DS releases before Apollo Justice. See, the thing is that the release timing was completely different in Japan compared to the US. But I will say that there are certain tech innovations that are used in the final case of the first game, that is to say the American version of the first game, Rise from the Ashes, you know, the one with Emma and Lana Skye and Damon Gant and Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. There are certain tech innovations that are native to both that case and this game because they were both built from the ground up for the Nintendo DS. There's a number inscribed on the back of the badge. There are many numbers like it, but this one is mine. Proof that I'm an attorney. Tell the truth, I get a happy feeling inside just looking at it. Victim's name, Shoddy, presumably, rather than Shady, although that does sound like I'm calling him Shorty. Shoddy Smith, age, question mark, male. Estimated time of death, April 17th. Well, we may not know his... First of all, how do you not know his age? But also, whatever his age is, you can be assured that it's a lot lower than you would expect from looking at him. April 17th, between 1:45 a.m. and 2:15 a.m. Cause of death, cerebral hemorrhaging resulting from blunt trauma to forehead. Oh, and we have a photo of him. All right, how do I swap tabs? There we go. Christoph Gavin, 32. That is an age for a lawyer. Except you know he's 32 because he's like an elder lawyer who's Apollo's mentor. Boss at Gavin Law Offices, a first-rate defense attorney, and my trusted mentor. How do you not know who he is? You know who he is. My first client. Again, age, question mark, question mark. Just standing in front of this guy makes me nervous. Shoddy Smith, the victim in this case, a traveler, only recently back in country. Definitely not in disguise. Winston Payne, the prosecuting attorney. For all his experience, this is still Winston? I thought this was a different Payne by now. I thought there was, like, Gaston Payne in some... This is still Winston Payne? For all his experience, he lacks a certain presence. Thank you, Just.
Mr. Gavin? Yes, Your Honor? I was under the impression that you would be heading up this case.
That was my intention, yes. However, a defense attorney must always see to his client's wishes. My client specifically requested Mr. Justice.
Well, of course he wants justice, but to entrust his case to this greenhorn, why? I do not exaggerate when I say that you're the best defense attorney in town, Mr. Gavin.
Ah, let's all suck off Gavin. Ooh, wow. Christoph Gavin, so impressive. We all love Gavin. Okay, so Gavin's got trial experience, fine. But does he have cords of steel?
Then let's begin. The defendant may enter the courtroom.
Christoph Gavin, his attorney, would be great.
Ellipsis. This is truly an unfortunate turn of events. I'm sorry we have to meet again under these circumstances, my former lover. Long time no see, Mr. Wright.
That's Phoenix Wright. I do Frieden Rose. Let's put the past behind us, shall we? These days, I'm merely Phoenix Wright, piano player. I know how to play the piano. Mr. Wright, how could this have happened?
I won't speak of it further then.
RB, he plays the piano at like a really, really shitty bar.
If the prosecution would be so kind as to explain the charges, Mr. Payne.
To think I saw you enter this room as a fresh attorney, and now I'll see you leave in chains.
Ah, Winston Payne. Subtle as ever, I see.
Ahem. The crime occurred at the Borscht Bowl Club, a Russian restaurant. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, took the victim, a customer, and he hit him, wham, on the head, smack, killed him cold.
Thank you, Friedenrose. I will have a treat. That's a good point, Gist.
A customer at the restaurant, you say? And the defendant, you say he was?
The pianist for the club, it seems.
Phoenix Wright. A pianist?
This is the weapon that took the victim's life. A bottle of grape juice. We're not allowed to have it be wine, because this translation has to be sold in the United States. So this is grape juice. Grape juice is apparently our defendant's drink of choice. He's definitely not a wino, because we redesigned him to look like a hobo. Don't worry about it. He likes grape juice.
The court accepts the deadly bottle as evidence.
Jenna, thank you for the follow. Deadly bottle. Grape juice bottle used as the murder weapon. Bears the defendant, Mr. Wright's prints. Oh, I need to take off the first playthrough tag from this stream. I'm gonna add real lawyer as a tag. Something to note, Justice. All evidence is filed in the court record. Make a practice of checking it frequently. The court record? Right, I've heard of that. You already opened it. What is that haircut? Oh my god, just shave your head. Alice Nectar, you talking about Winston? Use E to look at the evidence so far. It's actually not E, it's right bumper, but that's okay. I'm confident in your ability to handle this. Right, just use right bumper. Sounds like it's time for some hands-on action.
So, the victim was a customer at this restaurant.
Grape juice bottle uses the murder weapon, bears the defendant Mr. Wright's prints. Now in this game, every time you get a piece of evidence, you have to bust the motherfucker open. Grape juice. How long has it been since I drank grape juice? Apparently it's Mr. Wright's favorite drink. I wonder how well it goes with borscht. Thank you for that useless dialogue, Apollo. But it could have been useful. You have to fucking examine every piece of evidence.
But just who was this, Shoddy, Sigma, Shoddy Smith fellow?
We believe he was a traveler, Your Honor.
A traveler?
According to his passport, he had been out of the country for a number of years.
How does the passport not have his date of birth so you know how old he is?
He had only recently returned to this country, though his place of residence is unclear.
And he had some sort of connection with the defendant?
That, too, is unclear at present, Your Honor.
I mean, it is meant to look like that, yeah, but I'm gonna pronounce it less like a literal word so that I can suspend the viewer's disbelief just that little bit more. It's funny that you should say that, Mish.
We believe they first met at the Borscht Bowl Club on the night of the crime.
If they had only just met, then why murder? Perhaps the victim slighted the defendant's piano playing?
That doesn't appear to have been the case. No, the motive had nothing to do with the defendant's lack of playing skill. At least not piano playing. I'll let this photo explain what I mean. As we can see, a game of poker was in progress at the scene of the crime.
Really? We can just say poker? We don't have to say, like, go fish or something?
Wait a second! Isn't poker gambling? That's a crime in and of itself!
Hi, Phoenix.
Indeed, it appears our defendant has fallen to become the basest sort of criminal.
It is true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. But it was only that, a game in the purest sense. A competition, Your Honor.
A competition?
Yes, a test of wits, a silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flame, know its final outcome.
Come again?
The cards on the table had blue backs, Your Honor. I believe the defense was waxing poetic in an attempt to mystify those present. Your Honor, I believe the defense a cultural elite and impress women.
That will be our first order of business here, then. To impress women. We'll find out more about this fatal game of cards.
Bah.
Very well, defendant. You will testify to the court about the poker competition held the night of the crime.
My pleasure.
This is it, my first trial. Here goes nothing.
Yes, we've established that fact, I think, Apollo. Thank you. The competition. I'm a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table.
God, I wish I worked at this restaurant.
The room where we play and the competition. In there are the club's main attractions. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. That's all it is, a game, and our customers are happy.
A pianist who can't play piano?
Better than a defense attorney who can't defend.
Very well. The defense may begin the cross-examination.
Right, Your Honor. My first cross-examination. Don't blow it.
Are you all right? You're sweating bullets.
Bullets? Where?
It's a figure of speech, Justice. Your voice sounds strained and raspy, too.
My brain feels strained and raspy, sir.
You've watched me perform cross-examinations many times. So you've never done one yourself, have you? Care for a refresher?
What to do? Should I ask Mr. Gavin for a refresher course in cross-examination?
No! Hi, Entrots!
No need for help here, sir. I think I've got this one covered.
I think that's the first time this game has been like, hey, you've played these before, right? This is the 4th game in the series. You know how this shit works. I think you'd better do more than think. You know it, or you do not.
I'm fine. The cords of steel are ready for battle. My weapons, press and present.
Find any inconsistencies, any lies in the testimony, and reveal them to the court. That is cross-examination. Learn it, know it, do it.
Inconsistencies? Lies? Phoenix Wright? As if! Phoenix Wright would never lie, and it's up to me to prove it.
The defense may begin the cross-examination.
Chum chum.
The competition. Oh, hang on.
Oh my god, what the fuck? What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? I can just watch the entire game instead of doing anything?
Alright, where's the, wait time? How do I speed up the rate at which the... What do you mean subtitles? What do you mean subtitles? The game isn't voiced. How do I speed up the text scrolling speed? On? I guess? Okay, there we go. Alright, let me look at the evidence again. Oh, and you can't present people's profiles as evidence in this one, evidently. Thank you, Entrots. It's a jabot. Alright, I'm just gonna press all his dialogue.
You can hardly play.
Oh, I play sometimes, when customers demand it. So I play them one song. That's usually all they want.
Is that supposed to be a boast just now?
The title of pianist is a mask. A respectable face I wear for the world at large. I'm actually really dark and twisted now since I lost my law license.
Then why are you really at the Borscht Bowl Club?
They pay you just to play poker?
That would seem to be the case. I am a professional after all.
I like punished Phoenix. Ah! Do I detect pride in that statement? It's just hard for an honest, hard-working member of society like me to imagine.
Yes. Your imagination was always a bit limited, Winston.
What?
I've played poker for 7 years in that little room.
Oh my god!
He's been out of the law for 7 fucking years? My fucking controller keeps disconnecting. And I've never lost once. How? That's not fucking possible, Phoenix. Poker is a game of chance. Even if you are the best bluffer in the world, somebody is eventually going to call your bluff and then you won't have good cards. What? You see why the customers come now? Defeat the undefeated poker champion. It's quite a draw. Get it? Like a card? That is, I'm quite a draw.
Wait, you've never lost once? Not even one time?
As I said, I'm a professional.
He's played poker for 7 years and not lost once? Is that even possible?
No!
The room in the crime scene photo is an attraction?
It has quite a history, actually. Borscht Bowl Club used to be a gathering spot for black market types back in the day.
Black market? Psycho Mantis?
All in the past. Things like the black market are only on the silver screen nowadays. Suffice it to say that there were a lot of deals being made under the table. Right there in that room.
A smoky room, gambling hoods. You know, just looking at this picture makes me feel bad.
The bosses gather around the table, cutting deals, safe from the eyes of the law. Meanwhile, a goon keeps watch through the small window. I'm sure that small window won't have anything to do with it. I can practically picture it now.
That window does look like it would be good for keeping a lookout, but little else.
The room had a few other tricks to it, though it was common knowledge to our regulars. At any rate, they come to play poker in a room steeped in history. Despite the dark past, it was all just good, clean fun. Okay. Game of poker using 2 decks of cards.
2 decks of cards?
Come on, Apollo. You can't just go silent. You can't just go snake mode this entire trial, Apollo. Please. You have to actually ask a question. Uh-oh.
Ahem. Would you believe that tensing my voice for the entire time I'm voicing Apollo might be actually kind of hard on my throat?
A simple measure to prevent cheating. If you alternate 2 decks, no one can slip in cards.
There's something else I noticed.
I see, so it's 2 decks of cards alternatingly, not 2 decks of cards simultaneously.
In addition to the cards on the table, there are some lying scattered on the floor.
Precisely. Cards on the table, cards upon the floor, each one forming a complete deck. A crime scene painted blue by a sad sweep of cards. It's poetic, really. That's my character trait. I say poetry. Get used to it. Incidentally, we use 2 types of cards at the club. One deck of cards was red, the other blue.
As I recall, in poker you make 5-card hands. I can see how it would be easy to cheat.
Yeah. Yes, a game of hands. I jerked the guy off under the table.
This competition you're talking about. I believe the court understands the nature of the game sufficiently.
That's right. It was a simple game, after all.
Are you sure?
Huh?
People are not murdered over simple games, Mr. Justice. Defendant, you were in the room the very moment the crime occurred. Did you claim no connection to the crime?
Ellipsis. Now that's strange.
What's strange?
I was testifying about the competition that night. Asking me about the crime at this point is against the rules, Your Honor. Of course, I expected to hear a cry of objection from the defense.
I completely let that one slip by.
Don't despair yet, Justice.
Sir?
Right, there's something I'd like made clear.
Oh my god, my controller!
Namely your connection to the case at hand. And I'd like to hear it from you. Sure, why not?
Very well, the defendant will amend his testimony.
Just one little press, and I've got myself a whole new testimony. That's the way this game works.
I plead silence regarding the murder, but I will say I never touched the murder weapon. Where's the defendant, Mr. Wright's prints?
Objection!
I got an achievement. I don't deserve one. So you say you didn't touch the murder weapon? This grape juice bottle? Right? So I said.
Something the matter, Mr. Justice?
Too bad our new defense attorney never learned how to play dumb.
What's this, Mr. Payne?
I examined the bottle in question, you see. And it was covered with the defendant's fingerprints. Objection!
No need to shout, Mr. Justice. I can hear you just fine.
Excess yelling can damage the judge's ears. And our case.
But what about my cords of steel? Anyway, what's so strange about fingerprints on a bottle in a restaurant?
Well, that's true. The prints alone don't prove it.
Oh, they wouldn't prove a thing if they were normal fingerprints. But these were evil-coded fingerprints. These were from Mr. Wright's murder hand that he only attached to do murder. But the fingerprints on the murder weapon were upside down.
Upside down? What does that mean?
It means he was holding the bottle inverted, and there can be only one reason for that.
Look at this shitty texture they put on that.
Yes. To brain someone with the bottle. Ah!
God, he kind of looks like an ape when he does his closing pose there.
Mr. Gavin, I think things just took a turn for the worse.
Oh? I see no problem, Justice.
Huh?
The only thing that matters is the truth. There's a good reason for everything. You'll see.
Defendant, can you explain your fingerprints on this bottle to the court?
I stand by my plea of silence regarding the murder. For now. What am I gonna do?
Not very cooperative, are you? This could hurt your case.
I'm sure he's uncooperative because he's hiding something. There must be some reason.
Your Honor, you seem to have forgotten something.
And what might that be, Mr. Gavin?
On the night of the crime, who was it who reported the murder to the police?
Reported?
Well, that was the defendant, Mr. Wright, but still, that...
Really?
Yes, well, according to the case file, the murder was reported from near the scene by a call from the defendant's cell phone.
Near the scene?
Let's take a look at a diagram of the murder scene, shall we? The victim was murdered in a small room in a basement, 2 floors down from the ground level. Of course, cell phones can't get reception so far down. The defendant, and we don't have Wi-Fi for Wi-Fi calling, even though this game must take place in like 2025 or something. The defendant used the stairs of this hallway to go above ground. The call came from the first floor of the restaurant.
I see. And this is the phone that made the call? Rather old-fashioned, considering that it is now the 20s and we have smartphones.
Wright's cell phone added to the court record. It might be even later. It might be the 2030s that this game takes place in. The defendant could have just fled the scene of the crime if he so chose. Let me see this. Used by the defendant to notify the police from the restaurant's first floor. What's this? Wow, the battery's being held in with a piece of tape. He should just buy a new one. Maybe he can't afford it. Or he just doesn't care. I guess that is true. If he's broke, it makes sense he's still using his Nokia. Yet he fulfilled his duty as a citizen and reported it to the authorities. And you claim he's being uncooperative? Nice save, Mr. Gavin. I better not waste this. I think the prosecution has toyed with our client enough for the time being.
Toyed? I assure you, no one is more serious about...
What was it you said? The defendant was in the room the very moment that the crime occurred. How can you possibly know this?
That's a good question. How indeed?
The answer is simple, Your Honor. The prosecution has a decisive fitness.
You're as good as they say you are. You looked at the witness list. Wow, I'm impressed.
So someone else was in the room the night of the crime.
That must mean they witnessed the crime.
Shut up, Apollo. Everything up till now has been a warm-up, Justice. Are you ready? I mean, no shit, it's been a warm-up. It's the tutorial.
Very well. The prosecution may call its first witness to the stand.
Yay! Yay!
The witness will state her name and occupation.
Hold on just a moment. Where's the witness? I only see this trembling dish.
I surmise that she has been frightened by the defense's demonic-looking horns.
First woman in this game. Hey, I mean, that's true. Did every previous Phoenix Wright game beat this one out? Maggie Bird is there super early. Mia's there super early in 1 and 3. Yeah, I guess so.
So I used a little hair gel. Relax, people.
Have no fear. If any horns point in your direction, this court will cut them off.
Damn, Judge. You are sure?
I swear it on my gavel. Please, come out.
Isn't violence against hair a crime, Your Honor? What come out? Was she supposed to be, like, in something? Well, if you are sure it is okay.
Ahem. Now, the prosecution... Wait a minute! Would the prosecution care to explain the witness's, paraphernalia?
Yes. She is a professional, Your Honor. Those are merely the tools of her trade.
Hi, New York Stock Exchange.
And that would be...
My name is Olga Orley. I'm employed as waitress in Borscht Bowl Club restaurant. I was hoping they wouldn't use articles. I didn't remember what her dialogue was like. I was like, it's gonna be a lot easier for me to do the Russian accent if they're not using articles. RB, I fear that you have anticipated the pun at the root of her name.
Then, why the camera?
Hello, Anna Christie. Of course, it is my pride to serve borscht at this naming restaurant. But I also perform, how's it said, other service.
I take it one of these other services is taking the customer's pictures?
I am pornographer, Your Honor. Like for example, this one. Shoddy is kind of bad with it, though, is the thing. You see those yaoi hands? And the open chest with the gold necklace? Shoddy is he's like also twice Phoenix's size. Shoddy is kind of extremely bad with it, though.
That's the defendant?
Indeed, on the night of the murder.
Man in the white hat is one who has gone kaput.
Indeed, that is the victim.
Shoddy's like a melody in my... Oh, shut the fuck up, Harvey.
Order! Order! This is quite a piece of evidence to casually drop into our laps.
It is the same way as I drop cold bowls of borscht on laps of customers. Casually.
Then the court will casually accept this new evidence.
Olga's photo added to the court record.
Now, witness, where were you at the time of the murder?
We got Matryoshkas. Damn, this motherfucker has a grand piano that they've put a bunch of fucking fake snow on top of. How undignified. Here's very many bottles of grape juice. Shoddy is eating like some kind of a bun. I don't know that this is a Russian thing so much as a Japanese thing. Cool sheet music. I was in the room. The hideout, we call it.
Excuse me? The hideout?
It is a room where famous gangster Bad Guy was arrested.
Come on!
2 different people just said, come on! This room where murder took place.
What?
Your look of utter surprise, it is lovely. I will post by courtroom door later for you. Photos will be numbered, and you'll write with which ones you want copy of. This is sort of thing that used to be done quite often at, for example, theme park, but is not done in decade in which this game is actually set. So there were 3 people in the room at the time of the crime. The victim, Shoddy Smith, Mr. Wright, and Olga Orley, our witness.
And if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, that means...
Very well, witness. We will testify to the court about that night's events.
That fateful night. That night, customer asked me to deal cards for game. It was cold. Both players played with hats on. The victim, he plays whole time with his hand on locket at his neck. Then, last hand is done, but something terrible has happened. That man flew at the victim and is strangling him to death. Okay, I already know the objection.
Incidentally, who won the game?
Isn't it obvious? The winner was the victim, Mr. Smith. That's ridiculous. Because Mr. Wright can't lose.
Justice? Maybe you can come up with a more legitimate objection?
But he hadn't lost in 7 years. Take it from me, kid. It happens. I didn't lose a case my first 7 years as prosecutor either. Incidentally, I have some evidence here. These are the poker chips as they lay the very moment of the crime. The hand and chips on this side belong to the defendant, Mr. Wright. Those on the far side belong to the victim, Mr. Smith.
Wright's got 3 of a kind. Smith also has 3 of a kind, but they're kings and 2 pair of aces, so that's pretty good. Just 1 pair, rather. Two of a kind, 1 pair.
Chips, you say?
I mean, yes. Imagine that poker is war. Your hand is your army, and the chips are the spoils.
Okay, thanks, guys. I don't actually know from poker.
The poker head of courtroom number 3! I missed this dialogue!
I think he means poker face.
Looking at this picture, it does seem that most of the chips are on the victim's side of the table.
Ah, but the red chips are worth more. I already remember this point. Chip photo added to the court record.
Very well. The defense may cross-examine the witness.
I like these little cutaways of the counsel's faces. That man flew at the victim and is strangling him to death. But he died from a blow to the forehead. Oh, really? Strangled, you say? That's odd. The normal customers only choke on borscht. No, I mean this report shows that the victim died of a blow to the head.
Ms. Orley, really now, did you witness the crime?
It was good shit. That looked even better on the DS.
Looking at the picture, it doesn't seem like he was hit. He's still wearing his hat and everything.
Yet it is a fact that he was hit, Your Honor. Here's a photo we took of the victim with his hat off during our investigation.
Kind of looks like Jet, Cowboy Bebop. Like he even has like the spiky sideburns.
Well, that's quite shocking, isn't it? This head certainly was hit.
Crime photo 2 added to the court record. But I have seen it happen. Hat removed during investigation. The defendant, he lunged at victim, his neck. Oh, really, Ms. Orley? I think I've caught you in your own lie this time. Justice. Were you making a really dumb aughts-era meme-speak pun in your mind just now? I admire your enthusiasm, but perhaps you should think this one through.
What do you mean? I found a contradiction.
There's one thing in her testimony that troubles me.
Very well. Seems we should continue the cross-examination.
There's such a thing as thinking too much. This horse is dead. Let's stop beating it. There's such a thing as thinking aloud too much, too. Would be nice if they let use the DS graphics, too. Yeah, it would be nice. I don't think that's a thing, though, unfortunately. Turn this on to enable consultations during trial segments. After failing to present the... What?! After fail, okay, it's not available in Ace Attorney. This is like a 3DS Phoenix Wright function. After failing to present the correct evidence a few times during a cross-examination or similar segments, you have the option to consult your partner for hints and help. Fuck you. Okay, let me review the privacy policy real quick. Let me see it in Espanol. Acerca de nosotros. Somos Capcom Company Limited. Don domicilio... I can't fucking read this shit, man. I know, just. That night, customer asked me to deal cards for game. It was cold. After defendant tried to strangle victim, he hit him with bottle. Okay, let me see. I'm not really seeing marks on the neck here. No, Quaid, they probably don't.
You didn't say anything about hitting before.
So sorry, I must be forgetting this.
Witness, you will take greater care with your testimony.
Oh, Tata, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
And that clears up the discrepancy with the autopsy report, I believe. The defendant made to strangle his victim, then changed his mind, and chose a simpler, blunter means to do the job. Yes, that sums it up nicely.
So he strangled him, then hit him? Something's fishy about all this.
Go ahead. I believe you'll know what it is you need to do.
Right, sir. Leave it to me. There were only 3 people in the room at the time of the murder. The victim, Shoddy Smith, Mr. Wright, and if Mr. Wright isn't the killer... I've got you now, Orly. She's so cute. All right. Oh. Wait. I didn't mean to hold it now. His locket?
I believe it was good luck charm, He gripped it many times as he played that night.
Yes, he must have felt as though it might carry him to the moon and the stars. Though if it were small enough to fit around his neck, it wouldn't have much lift.
Yeah, the defense would like a clarification. This is a locket we're talking about, not a rocket, which would be an easy pun to make if we were speaking Japanese and R and L were allophones, but they're not. I mean a pendant with a picture in it, right? Not a rocket?
Of course, I knew that. It was probably a pendant shaped like a rocket. That's why she called it that.
No, a locket's a locket. It doesn't matter what shape.
It's considered bad form to poke fun that's a hard of hearing in our society.
Hard of hearing or hard of understanding?
So what happened next?
Okay, I think the issue here is that she says they played with hats on. Sure, save the game. She said they played with hats on, but he's got the wound under the trauma mark under his hat. Maybe. Or they could want me to, hang on, they could want me to present the photo of him without the locket. Let's try that first. Objection! Yeah, there we go. Grab that combos into head smash, nerf Phoenix. Oh my god, this controller. Lordy. You know, there was one curious part in her testimony, just like Mr. Gavin said. But what does it mean?
Mr. Justice, would you care to explain what it is you're thinking so intensely about?
Recall the testimony, Your Honor. The victim played with his hand on locket at his neck, I believe she said.
I hope you aren't about to raise an objection to the witness's grammar.
No, but look at this photograph. Do you see a locket on the victim's neck?
Well done, Justice. I'm impressed. I knew you'd be able to handle this.
But what does it mean?
If we are to believe this witness's testimony as is...
Oh, thank you, Stream Elements. That's true. MK told me that I should consider upgrading my CPU, so I'm gonna do it.
Then the locket disappeared following the victim's death.
Lockets don't just disappear, Your Honor.
It's quite simple when you think about it.
If the locket is gone, someone must have taken it off, no?
Taking it off? Wait, you don't mean...
The defendant wasn't strangling the victim at all. It was taking off his locket. Wouldn't that explain it? I think you mean Kissinger zebra, and that's not a terrible fit, I don't think.
Oh! Defendant, what do you have to say to this?
Just wait until we meet Claver. Oh, okay. Sorry, regular. I haven't seen the Venture Brothers.
Say,
Yes.
I just noticed this, but you have something hanging around your neck, don't you?
Yeah, you can also tell from that I also don't know what Henry Kissinger sounded like.
Oh? You mean this?
Yes, it's a locket with a photograph inside. A photo of my daughter.
Come again?
Mr. Wright, you have a daughter?
We confirmed it at the time of the arrest. The picture in the locket is indeed Mr. Wright's daughter. So Mr. Wright got his dick wet? So Mr. Wright has a locket too? Why don't I buy that this is just a coincidence?
He had sex. Fuck Arbeat, it's not? Oh no, why the fuck? Oh no, our donation's broken? No, dude. Oh my god. How could they do this to me? Oh, Arbeat, I'm not seeing it in the donation list on Stream Elements either, Arbeat. Did you use the Stream Elements link? Like usual? That is the one in the dono command. Anyway.
Well, now, if the results of this poker game led to the murder, perhaps we should hear a bit more about the outcome of the game.
Further testimony won't really be necessary.
Maybe there's a PayPal issue.
It's clear the defendant lost. Badly.
Ms. Orley, you will testify to the court about the game played between the victim and the defendant.
I'm sorry, Arbeat. And I'm also sorry to anyone else who might have tried to donate. That fucking sucks. I guess I'm not making money today.
The game began with 3,500 points in chips for each man. House chips come in two sizes, small and large. The one who was winning, that was the victim. For last hand, defendant played with all chips on table and lose. The moment loss was decided, defendant grabs bottle from table and...
Indeed, looking at this picture, it does seem to be a one-sided game.
As the court knows, poker was the defendant's life. Failure must have been a bitter pill to swallow.
Ah, how many times have I heard these words? I done it in a fit of anger, Your Honor, and now I regret what I done. A common tale, but true.
Methinks the judge watches too many old court movies. Mr. Wright said he hasn't lost in 7 years, so this testimony must be wrong.
Come on, Apollo.
Mr. Wright's just so good at poker and also everything.
Why don't you tell me how much each denomination of chip is worth?
Are the chips in this photo all the chips that were used?
Of course.
Question mark? Something's fishy with these chips. Should I press harder? Maybe you could explain a bit about these chips.
Explain? What is there to be explained?
Poker chips are poker chips. They're not fish and chips. Not a chip off the old block, not a motorcycle cop, not a...
Thanks. Now that I've pressed her, I'd better ask something. What are these chips worth? Are they in dollars or rubles even?
Yep, as I have been saying before, it was game, not gambling. Hard perhaps for capitalists to understand. I am from communist Russia, even though by the time this game takes place, Russia will not have been communist for like literally 50 years. Two types of chip, 100 points chip and 1000 points chip. It is not money, da.
Justice.
Sir!
Don't you find her comments interesting?
In more ways than one, sir.
I'd have it added to her testimony myself.
Well, does the defense want the witness to add to her testimony?
Yes, I do think this deserves further scrutiny. Add it to the testimony. I wish I knew where I was going with this.
That's okay, Tessa does.
Very well. Witness, if you would be so kind.
She's a communist independent of Russia's economic system, correct?
Da, Your Honor. One kind of chip is worth 1,000 points, other kind is worth... One kind of chip is worth 100 points, other kind is worth 1,000. 2 kinds in all.
Yeah, about that.
Mr. Gavin said this testimony is important. To be honest, I have no idea why.
Mr. Justice, do the court a favor and think of what you want to say before raising your hand. We are not in kindergarten.
Sorry, I'm fine. I'd better think of something to ask. And quick. The 2 types of chips.
Normal trees saith, fun story, I work with 2 old Bosnian guys, god damn it. One says to the other, better pray this works, and the other says, nah, I'm an old school communist. Yuck, 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 yuck. I don't know what he said before this, I was reading chat.
Right? Right, of course. Ha! Don't waste our time.
Oh, can I see past dialogue? Fuck, I turned on autoplay.
Will that be all?
Is there history? X button. Oh. Cool. Small ones are 100 and the big one's 1,000. Right? Right, of course. Okay.
Great, Mr. Gavin made me stop her, and now I'm the one who looks dumb.
Oh, Justice, please try not to embarrass me like that.
Huh? Who? Me?
There's a clear contradiction in the information you have in your hands.
What?
It's a simple matter of calculation. Go on, try it. We're not in kindergarten, after all.
Calculation?
Okay.
Objection!
There we go. Oh, thank you, Freighter. I haven't even done that many accents yet. Wait till Claver shows up. I can't fucking wait till Claver shows up. The next case is gonna be great. I was working out last night the different voices I would have to do for this game. There are an insane number of NPCs in the first 2 cases of this. I think I enumerated them all to Emerald. Hang on, let me check our conversation. Apollo, Kristoff, Phoenix, Olga, the judge, and Payne. We've all just met, right? And then in the second case, there's like another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 characters? That makes it, if my count is correct, 16 between the 2 cases? There's so many characters in this.
You're sure it was the victim who won? Absolutely sure? It seems our new attorney is a bit confused. A glance at the picture is enough to tell you who won, where if you're not in kindergarten,
They're really hitting this joke hard.
Just for safety's sake, could you explain the problem to the court?
of course, Your Honor. In this photo, I see small chips and I see large chips. Tell me, which were worth 1,000 points? Why, the big ones, of course. Duh! Oh, I thought so too. But then the totals don't add up. The totals? Let's review what the witness told us. Each man started with 3,500 points in chips, and the combined total value of the chips was 7,000 points.
Yes, if my calculations are correct. Let's see. 3 plus 1 carry the 5.
They are, Your Honor. Now, look at this photo that I just found that allegedly shows all the chips.
Big adult chips worth more are made of nickel.
If the big chips are worth 1,000 points and the small chips are worth 100, and you add them up, how much is it? Do it yourself. You weren't in kindergarten, are you? 10,600 points. The chips don't add up. This clearly contradicts the witness's testimony. But why? How could this be?
Exactly, Justice. Now that you know the what, you must determine the why.
Right. There's only one possible way to explain this contradiction.
No, the starting points of the chip count were right. It's that Phoenix didn't lose.
Each man began the game with 3,500 points. If all the chips are indeed shown in this photograph, then there can be only one answer.
Well, what is it?
The value of the chips was the other way around. What? Want to know what I think? The small chips were worth 1,000 points, not the big ones. Madness! Utter madness!
Show me the photograph of the chips again. There are 6 small chips and 10 large chips. Why, that does make 7,000 points when you add them up.
Look at all these fucking no-name assholes. The people in the stands who have faces now. Excellent work, Justice. It's almost as though you figured it out by yourself.
Well, I'm just glad I was the one who said it. But wait! The value of the chips may be different, but that changes nothing.
Indeed, the victim did have the larger number of chips still.
Did you assholes not add?
Ah!
Exactly. If the small chips are 1,000 points and the large chips are 100, let's do a little math. Add up the points for each side of the table.
That's probably how that was supposed to sound.
The victim, Mr. Smith, had 2,300 points, and the defendant had 4,100.
Well now, it seems that Mr. Wright was winning that night after all. That's impossible! My client had even less reason to kill the victim. After all, he was winning. Yeah! Now, Ms. Orley, you must have known the true value of the chips, since you were there at the scene of the crime. Weren't you?
She's got a labster in there.
Order! Order! It appears our defendant has lost his motive, and Mr. Wright's supposed defeat never happened. We must now ask ourselves whether we can trust the witness's testimony. Excuse me? What is it, Ms. Orley?
That's right, Persephone.
I did not want to be saying this, but actually, you see,
See what, Ms. Orley? What do we see?
in the last hand, there was cheat.
A cheat? You don't mean a trick?
Fuck you.
Wait, what do you mean? A scam?
They're all the same thing.
Yes, there was cheat in last hand. That is why game ends with chips as they are.
Great, just great. First we have lying, now cheating.
Well, this case certainly has taken a turn. Was it interesting?
Witness, you will please testify to the court. Tell us about this cheating in the final hand.
Man who get bonked on head, he have hot young piece of ass in the restaurant. He not call wife like he said he would. The last hand, both men hit full house. There is 4 of each card in deck from ace to king. If you look at both men's hands, cheat is more obvious. The next moment, game becomes argument. The defendant's trick was exposed. He took bottle in his hand. Poor Mr. Smith.
I forgot his name was Shoddy Smith. Will the real Slim Shotty still please stand up? I wonder if they referenced that in this. That was before 2007, right? The track Slim Shady had to be, right? 2000, Slim Shady was released. Okay, I'm fucking sorry, okay? I didn't fucking listen to it when it came out.
Miss Orley, why did you not tell the court about this from the very beginning?
I thought I smelled a cover-up here. So let's keep our fingers crossed for a Slim Shady reference at some point in this game. Well, folks, it's time to throw back the covers.
A full house is a very high-scoring hand. Not easy to make, in my experience.
That alone is enough to suspect less than scrupulous tactics.
Mr. Gavin? What's a full house?
It was a... lawyers these days. You're not even old enough to remember the 80s. You don't know your poker?
I can't say this bodes well for your case, or career.
What is this, some kind of secret court poker ring? Justice,
You know the terms one pair, two pair, and three of a kind, yes?
Yeah, no problem. 2 cards with the same number makes a pair, and 3 makes 3 of a kind.
Good. Now picture a hand with one pair and one three of a kind. That's a full house.
Doesn't sound very easy to make, does it? You can see each player's hand in this photo. Wow, they both have full houses.
Why is cheat more obvious if you look at the hands? They're both valid hands. It's not like there's 2 aces of clubs or anything.
We forget there's an easy way to make a full house and go undefeated for 7 years. You cheat.
The defense may cross-examine the witness.
If he did cheat in that last hand, that still leaves one important question. Mr. Wright lost that hand. Who's ever heard of a professional con man losing when they cheat?
Kringus, but they said that they alternate decks rather than combining the 2 decks.
The last hand, both men had full house. There is 4 of each card in deck from ace to king. Look at both men's hands. Cheat is more obvious.
Is it? How is it obvious?
How was it clear? That's actually not the word she used. She said obvious.
But, well, the defendant, he played a 5th ace.
A 5th ace?
I still remember both hands very well. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces.
Oh, it does? Oh, it does. I misread. No. No, I didn't misread it. She's just lying. Mr. Smith's hand does not have 3 aces. It has 3 kings. This is just wrong, what she's saying.
And Mr. Wright's too.
Obviously, cheating was afoot. But perhaps I should say, a hand.
Your Honor, perhaps this can be added to the testimony without Mr. Payne's joke. Very well. The witness will add this detail to her testimony, please.
Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces and Mr. Wright's 2. It is 5 aces in all.
It is not.
Objection!
Is there a detail in that picture? No, you wouldn't backseat me, Kringus. There is a detail in that picture. There's a card on the floor in the background. I missed that. It doesn't look like it's the ace of spades, though. Look at it. I think it's a 2 of spades. Yeah, that would make sense with the distribution. Because the spade is too small and too high up for it to be an additional ace.
It appears the witness is mistaken. Mistaken? But my name?
Look, this piece of evidence clearly contradicts what you said in your testimony.
That's the photo of the chips, is it not?
Justice. Perhaps you ought to explain your point in the way that the judge can comprehend. In other words, use your finger to point out your points.
Yes, please point out the contradiction in this photo. What particular point contradicts the witness's testimony?
Ms. Orley, in your testimony, you made the following claim. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces. But as you can clearly see, the victim's hand only held 2. Ah! Well, maybe the witness was simply confused. Perhaps it was the defendant's hand that held the 3rd ace in question. Take another look at the evidence. As you can see, the defendant also had 2 aces in his hand. Where's the 5th ace? I see cheating all right, and it's going on right here in this courtroom.
2 aces in each player's hand does make 4 aces in total.
Hi, Maddox!
Hardly proof of cheating.
Wait, please. It is true. I have seen it. The 5th ace. There was cheating, I swear to you.
That's odd. I started doing the judge voice. That's odd. She must be lying, and she's the most sincere I've seen her all day.
You're right to trust your instincts.
Mr. Gavin?
Who knows what lies in store for us in the trial ahead? Your Honor, if I may, I have a suggestion. What might that be, Mr. Gavin? If you don't mind, perhaps we might examine the actual cards. The cards? Mr. Payne?
Yes?
The player's hands that night were set aside as evidence, were they not? The defense would like to request that the cards be shown to the court. Very well, the prosecution will submit this evidence. Which will you examine? The victim's cards or the defendant's cards?
These cards don't prove cheating was going on. Nothing will. Now, which of these hands is more suspicious? It was the victim's hand where the photo contradicted her testimony, so that's what I'm going to look at. It was the victim's hand that changed over the course of the witness's testimony. The defense requests time to examine Mr. Smith's cards. Why can't we just examine them both?
Very well. Mr. Payne, if you would.
Very well.
Received evidence. Victim's hand.
Well, time's wasting. Get to it, Justice.
King, 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 ace, ace. Oh, sorry. Should I have clicked on that? Only one of the cards has a blue back. I'm much more of a red guy myself. Blue is so not red, you know? Apollo has no fucking personality. I don't hate him, though. I know that there are people who really hated him when he was introduced in this game. I think he's all right. He doesn't really have two brain cells to rub together, but he's all right. Yes, sir! What? I just did that.
From examining evidence.
Yay, Maddox Befogged Kent, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I was afraid that the donate link might be broken, Maddox. That wasn't like a snarky way of saying nobody gave me money. Genuinely, I thought it was broken.
When examining evidence, be sure to view it from all sides and angles. Try using right stick up, right stick left, right stick down, and right stick right to turn it every which way, and Y and X to zoom in and out. That should give you a better perspective on the case.
Okay, let's do this. What? Your Honor, look at this! One of the victim's cards. The back is a different color. That's impossible. But I put that card in Mr. Wright's...
What was that, Ms. Orley?
No, yeah, I merely said, I have... Yay, Ezra, thank you so much for the $10. Eek!
Your Honor? Mr. Gavin, yes? Tell me, what is the easiest way to cheat at poker? To cheat? I'll tell you. One merely needs a friend, a comrade, shall we say. Perhaps from the former Soviet bloc? You know I am from West Germany. The dealer.
Wait, so you mean... this witness, Ms. Orley?
She's the cheater. A professional adventurer. Order! Order!
Focus, Justice. Time to take advantage of her. I mean of her mistake. Your Honor. Focus, Justice. Time to pin her down and... That's impossible, but I put that card in rights. Ergo, Ms. Olga Orley conspired to cheat, not with my client, but with the victim, Mr. Shoddy Smith. Oog! Oog? Oh. Oog. Not only did she cheat, she cheated poorly. Bremy, thank you for referencing it so I didn't have to. Therefore, it's not hard to imagine an altercation between her and the victim. What?
Wait, you don't mean... the defense isn't accusing the witness, Ms. Olga Orley, are you?
Time for justice. There were 3 people in the room at the time of the incident. And if Mr. Wright isn't guilty, that means... I am. I mean... the defense accuses the witness, Ms. Olga Orley, of murder. That was a little gung-hillian ho there, Apollo.
Mr. Payne, where is your witness, Ms. Olga Orley?
It appears she has lost consciousness, Your Honor.
Mr. Justice?
In before Olga Orley is another secret spirit channeler and she comes to with me as spirit. Actually, this is maybe a spoiler. There's no spirit channeling in this game. Maya's not in it. Mia's not in it. Pearl's not in it. Your Honor!
It seems you've presented a new possibility to the court.
Morgan's not in it. Iris isn't in it. Dahlia isn't in it. Sorry, Brevi. But don't worry, there's still wooey shit, in case you were missing that. There's still magic. It's just not spirit channeling. Yeah, exactly, regular Zebra.
It seems you've presented a new possibility to the court. One suggesting a connection between the witness and the victim, Mr. Smith.
And that means?
This court cannot pronounce a verdict for the defendant at this time.
What? Faith, I promise. Oh my god. Are there any big-titted characters in this game? It feels impossible for there to be a Phoenix Wright game without big-titted characters. And I don't clearly remember all the characters in the third case or the last case. Are there any fucking big-titted characters in this game at all? Okay. Just says she can think of one in the next case. I did it! I held out! Milk shortage. Very droll, Quaid. A dry cereal situation.
I see no point in prolonging the trial this day. The prosecution will need to make further inquiries.
Mr. Wright? You can't end the trial here, Your Honor. Not yet.
What nonsense is the defendant spewing now?
Think. One of the cards had a different colored back. Don't you wonder what it means? Yes, his hat says Papa because he's daddy now.
What are you doing, Mr. Wright? Raising objections right when you're about to get off the hook? Ridiculous!
Yes, Phoenix looks like that. Phoenix is 7 years older and has a daughter, okay?
Mr. Payne, you of all people should know. Mr. Wright has a talent for the ridiculous. Perhaps we should get to the bottom of things. Let's clear up the facts about the game that faithful night.
I'm gonna take 7 years off from streaming and come back with a daughter. As was said before, we alternated between 2 decks of cards that night.
That was said before.
The 2 decks... The 2 decks at the club have different colored backs, blue and red. 1 color per deck. Why use different colored backs? If we used the same color, the 2 decks might get mixed. You used different colors and they still got mixed up. We used the red deck for the last game.
I see, but that's odd. For some reason, I have this impression that you were using the blue cards.
Yeah, me too. I'm sure someone said something about blue cards.
Whatever. In the end, 1 card of the wrong color got into the mix.
Good thing Godot isn't on the case. The deck on the table is blue.
Which means there was cheating.
Yes, a card slipped into the deck would seem to indicate cheating. Yet, this card raises 2 serious questions. Apollo? God, his fucking jaw. Why is his jaw like that in this game? I got the Timothy Chalamet jaw recontouring surgery in between franchises. Yes? Let's consider the first question, shall we? Think. In the last game, when was the card swapped? When? There are 3 broad possibilities here. It could have been swapped before the murder, during the murder, or after the murder.
Well, yeah. Thanks for the news bulletin, Mr. Wright. Of course it was swapped.
Oh? It might be as simple as you think, Mr. Payne. Or it might not. I'd like to hear what Apollo thinks first. When do you think the cards were swapped? When was the card swapped into the deck? Probably not during the murder. I'm gonna say after the murder, even though I don't really understand why that would be. Perhaps it happened after the murder?
What's that? Ridiculous! What's the point of cheating after the hands have been shown? That's silly.
Exactly, RB. Yes, but tell me, how do you swap cards during the game? I'll take silly over impossible.
Take it from me, son. There's a lot of silly in this world, but very little impossible.
Oh, even when the backs of the cards are a different color? If you pulled that during the game, you'd be caught in no time. Oh, quite true. I think after because wouldn't, right? Exactly, Krigus. That would mean that the blue card in question was swapped after the hands were shown, after the murder.
Okay, this is going past silly and straight on to crazy. I ask again, what's the point of cheating after the game's over? Who would do that?
Who indeed? That's one of the mysteries before us. I might not be a lawyer anymore. There's nothing that says I can't still solve mysteries.
There's another?
Yes, a simple yet decisive question must be asked. Who swapped the red card for a blue card? Hi, Didactical. Who? The game and murder is done. The victim is dead. Only two remain in the room, alive that is. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, and her witness, Olga Orley. Okay, so who was it that swapped the red card for a blue? Someone else? One who swapped the cards wasn't Mr. Wright, of course. And, well, it doesn't seem like it could have been Olga Orley either.
What are you suggesting?
That's hardly a logical conclusion, I'll admit. As a defense, I think it only makes sense for you to name Miss Orley at this point. Yes, I know, but she was the one who dealt the cards, right? I just can't believe she would make the mistake of swapping the wrong color card.
And if the card was swapped during the game, it would be obvious. Something you'd like to share with the court, Mr. Wright?
Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. I was just thinking how much fun this all is.
Fun? How about confusing? I've no idea what the defense is claiming, Your Honor. If the one who swapped the cards wasn't the defendant, and it wasn't Ms. Orley, then who was it?
Yeah, well, that is the question, isn't it? Precisely. Huh? I believe we're about to see this case take a new direction.
A new direction?
We'll find that, indeed, after the murder, someone swapped one of the cards in the victim's hand, and that someone made two critical mistakes. I'm sure you're going to tell us that the first was swapping the wrong color card, because the one who did the swap didn't know two colors of cards were being used. Christopher Bird, he plays piano and poker in this restaurant. The other mistake was the number on the card. All right, let me examine the hand again. That's the wrong piece of evidence. So, I see. So they swapped in a king instead of whatever the fuck it was originally. They swapped in an additional king. Bren, I'm not sure they let you do that in Phoenix Wright Land. In real life, yes, you can do that, but in Phoenix Wright Land, you cannot. Right. The person replaced the fifth ace with a king. I'm sure whoever swapped it wasn't expecting there to be a fifth ace after all. All they knew was that the game had been won with a full house. So they picked up a king from the table and swapped it in.
But there's one problem. According to our case record, this person doesn't exist.
Just, even in America at least, even a civilian non-lawyer can defend theirself in court. They're unlikely to win without any legal training, but they can do it.
According to our case record, this person doesn't exist.
True, not until now. But you have to admit the possibility of a fourth person. Though it's more than a possibility. There was someone else there that night at the scene of the crime.
What?
I believe the judge spoke truthfully earlier. You do make trials ridiculous, Mr. Wright.
This trial has proceeded on one central assumption, namely that at the time of the incident there were only 3 people in that room.
I believe this new evidence, shall we say, overturns that assumption.
The problem is that you chose to conceal this evidence from the court. This information, rather.
I suppose that is a problem, yes.
Court is adjourned for a brief recess. Mr. Gavin, I'll see you in my chambers during this recess.
Certainly, Your Honor.
Very well. The trial will resume in 20 minutes.
.420 blaze it. We get back into the trial, and the judge and Gavin both have, like, bloodshot eyes. Oh, Christopher Bird, thank you for the tadpole on-screen celebration. Thank you, card. That was quite unexpected, Mr. Wright. To suddenly claims there was another person at the scene of the crime like that. I must ask, is it a truth? Well now, I'd think you would know the answer to that. Ah, being mysterious, are we? Sadly, I've no time for mysteries. I'd only ask that you leave defending to your defense in the future. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the outcome. I see you haven't mellowed out one bit, Christoph. Justice. I thought he was about to start talking about the concept of justice, but he's just addressing me. Yes, sir! The judge has summoned me to his chambers, so carry on without me. You did well, Apollo. Can I ask you something? Sure. That locket you wear, is that really yours, Mr. Wright? Ah, you're wondering about the victim's disappearing locket. Here, you can take a look at it. It's a picture of my daughter in there. Is Von Karma in this? No. I'm just surprised to hear that you had a daughter. Most people are. Perhaps you'll meet her one of these days. One more question. Wonder who cheated that night. Was it you? I know, right? Only helpful books? What do you think? Huh? You know what happened 7 years ago. What I did. It's not unreasonable for you to think I might cheat. I never! Honest! But it is odd that he managed to go undefeated for 7 whole years. Want to know something? There's only one game where you can be dealt bad cards all night and still win. Poker. Eh? You see, poker is all about reading your opponent. In that way, it's a lot like a court case. Poker is like trial law? Figure out what your opponent is thinking and you win. Well, yeah, but that's harder than it sounds. And you do not necessarily win. If your opponent is thinking, I have a really good hand, and they have a really good hand, then you can't, and you don't have a better hand, then you just can't beat them. You fold or match and lose all your money, like... Well, yeah, but it's harder than it's... it's harder than it sounds. I think not. Try as they might to conceal it, everyone reveals their true thoughts in the end. Their body language can become a valuable source of information. You're kidding! That witness, for instance, Ms. Orley. She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? No. Come on, who'd notice that? Words, habits, twitches. It's all information for the reading. That's the secret to winning, Apollo. Someone taught me, and now I pass the secret on to you. But I'm not worthy! I mean, there's no way I'll pick up on these signals. No, you can do it. Huh? You just don't know it yet. What's he talking about? But you will. Soon. I almost forgot. One more thing. About this case. You should know, I haven't told the truth to anyone yet. What? I knew it! I have my reasons, of course. All shall be revealed. Apollo, I need you to be there defending me. I need your power.
My, power? I had no idea my cords of steel were that special.
It's time. The real trial begins now. Do your best. Here, it's a Magatama. I stole this from Karine Village. They weren't supposed to let me have it. Yes, Karn. April 20th, 12:14 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 202.
Court will now reconvene. Has our witness, Ms. Olga Orley, recovered?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, she's regained consciousness.
Perhaps we can hear her version of the events again.
That's the thing. You see, she's quite fatigued.
You're looking a bit fatigued yourself, Mr. Payne.
Interesting lock shield. I didn't know they had a mobile version of it. I just played it on my DS in high school. When Circuit City was going out of business, which is before I was in high school, my dad took me there. I had just found out about the Phoenix Wright games, and I bought like 3 of them. I think that was the day I bought Ace Attorney and Justice for All and Apollo Justice all at the same time. It was awesome. Sadly, fatigue is insufficient grounds for refusing to testify or prosecute. The defense would like to request that Ms. Orley takes the stand.
Very well, the witness will take the stand.
No, Brent, he did not. Brent, my father understood the shape of my being. He understood that I was playing a video game where you are a lawyer because I was a nerd and not because I was actually going to become a lawyer. Sorry, I'll be snacking over here. Perhaps you could repeat your name and profession. We say profession now and not occupation, apparently. Or perhaps you'd rather admit that you're a poor liar and a poor loser.
Yeah. Not.
Name's Olga Orley. That's the truth. I'm a pro dealer. People call me Olga Quick Fingers Orley, okay? Yeah?
Oh really?
Wanna know something else? I'm not really Russian, and my last name sounds like oh really. There, that's the truth. I hope you're satisfied. MK saw this lady's sprite before I changed my hair and said that she was a test-like. So I feel kind of bad that I didn't stream this until after I dyed the rest of my hair red. Witness, you will tell the court what you were really up to that night. Fine, I'll talk. We had a plan, C. Oh no, is she supposed to be like a mobster now? We had a plan, C.
Let me remind you that you are currently under oath.
I'm not really Russian. I am still a communist, though.
Any further fabrications will have serious consequences.
Fine.
Yeah, see?
Like I said, I'm a pro. That guy Smith hired me to do what I do best. I was planted at the Borscht Bowl Club several days prior to the night of the game, as a waitress. So you were in cahoots with the victim! Not that he needed my help. Smith is a well-known poker player in some circles. But winning wasn't the main purpose of this game. It was about destroying a legend, the unbeatable Phoenix Wright. The plan was simple, elegant really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When it... Oh my god, the screen! Are you shitting me? Oh my god, the screen! Are you fucking... Phoenix's expression as well, both of their facial expressions. It's not a big deal, okay? He's just restraining Phoenix's arm with one hand and reaching down into his front pocket with the other as he stands very close behind him. There's nothing suggestive happening here. Oh shit, Duke Vulture, thank you so much for the raid. How did I not hear that? Thanks for the raid. Hi, everybody. Yeah, this is a normal thing that's happening. Thank you so much, Duke Vulture. You're opening magic cards? Fun. Okay, good. I'm glad you guys heard it. I should have heard it. I heard that, whatever, it doesn't matter. Hi, everybody. My name is Tessa. I usually stream non-visual novels, but today I am streaming Apollo Justice. I was gonna say Phoenix Wright. It's actually just called Ace Attorney Apollo Justice, I think. I did play it before. It was when I was in middle school. So we'll see how well I actually remember it. And I'm having a lot of fun doing cute voices. Duke, I hope you got big pulls. Duke, okay, well, if you, okay, Raiders, if you want to leave, I understand, because Duke completely misrepresented my stream. No one who expected a Phoenix Wright stream would watch an Apollo Justice stream, be serious. Oh, congrats.
More friends! More allies!
Shay, thank you so much for the follow. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call them out and search Wright. He would then pull out the planted card and the trap would snap shut. Look like Phoenix is getting a big pull now. You swapped the cards! Exposed as a cheater and losing on top of it. It would have made a great double play. Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces.
Indeed. Getting caught red-handed at cheating would cast doubt on all his prior wins.
A 7-year legend destroyed by one little card. That was the plan. I just watched the episode of Cowboy Bebop where Faye is cheating at blackjack. Chat, I think you know what emote to post. Oh, really? Oh, really? I don't even know how I would say that in a German accent in a way that preserves the pun. How droll. Oh, really? Ole. How droll. Yeah, that doesn't really work. I guess just oh, really? Oh, really? How droll. But it appears you made quite a mistake.
A mistake?
I agree the trap was elegant. Yet, what happened to that planted card? Hey, that's right! He's lucky, I'll give him that. You'd have to be to slip free from a trap laid by Olga Quickfingers Orly. Oh, I mean, O'Reilly is actually how you pronounce my name. Very droll, Christoph.
Oh, really? The witness would be much cuter if she dispensed with the evil mastermind shtick.
Cute? Who wants to be cute? Yeah, you definitely didn't do that makeup or hair or outfit because you want to be cute. Karn, yes. I'm not cute. I'm bad. You hear me? Bad. Fuck you.
When you're through being bad, perhaps you could testify to the court. Tell us about this trap and how it was sprung.
More friends! More
Benny, thank you so much for the follow. It is pretty cute of her. Shush, Persephone. That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed. The next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it. It wasn't me who hit Smith. It was that no-good cheating defendant.
A surprisingly frank testimony that still leaves us mostly in the dark.
The trap was perfect, I tell you, perfect. If that rotten cheater hadn't messed it up. Look who's talking!
Well, the testimony, for what it's worth, is all yours, Mr. Justice.
With witnesses like her, who needs criminals? And with defendants like Mr. Wright, who needs prosecutors? Cross-examination! You guys are gonna fucking love the prosecutor in the next case. I'm so excited to show you guys the next case. Oh no, we're probably not gonna see him for a minute though. Wright lost the last hand just like he was supposed to, then Smith searched him. So everything went according to plan. Exactly. The fifth ace came up, so it's obvious the switch went off without a hitch. Once the extra card was found in his pocket, Wright would be forever known as a cheat and a fraud.
There are worse things to be known as, I suppose.
Tell us what happened with the search. The card disappeared? Yeah, my trump card, the 5 of hearts, gone without a trace. Poof, zippo. We searched every nook and cranny. Screenshot noise, screenshot noise, screenshot noise, screenshot noise. Even inside his cute little hat. But the card was nowhere to be found, is this correct? Never in my long, storied career, never has Quick Fingers O'Reilly been so readily duped.
Oh, really? So, what did happen to that 5 of hearts?
Don't look at me. Why don't you ask that cheating, lying, two-faced defendant? So the 5 of hearts is still missing in action. It's fine, Duke Vulture. Welcome to fucking Ace Attorney. Next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it. Wait, isn't that a little odd? What's odd? You searched Mr. Wright thoroughly and found nothing? Which means he didn't cheat. Which means he had no reason to strike the victim. Well... I didn't realize you got this ability during the tutorial. I thought this was only during the investigation in Act 2. What was that just now? I sensed something.
Something wrong, Mr. Justice?
No, nothing, Your Honor. What to do? Should I press her a little harder? Should I press on her a little harder? Ms. O'Reilly, you're hiding something. What are you talking about? You? Me? Quick Fingers O'Reilly? Hiding something?
The defense will refrain from baseless accusations.
I have one question for the witness then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. I did see it, honest. I saw it when Wright hit him. With my own eyes, I saw it. What's this weird vibe I'm getting? It's O'Reilly. That would be good. That would have been a lot better, RB. If she took off her disguise and said, actually, my name's O'Reilly, that would have been really good. They didn't do that, though. That witness, for instance, Miss O'Reilly, she would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? Touching her neck, wasn't it? Actually, it's orally. No, Bram, she's Quick Fingers O'Reilly. Whoa, what's going on? The sensation. It's coming into focus. There, that twitch. It's so clear. It's like I could perceive her habit like I couldn't before. I think I'll call this ability habit perception. Gotcha! Gotcha! Ms. Orley, I'm sorry, Ms. O'Reilly, perhaps you're unaware of this yourself. Unaware of what? Whenever you get to a certain part of your testimony, that's right, Lucatiels. It is Faith. You touch the back of your neck with your left hand. My neck? So what? What indeed, Justice? I hadn't noticed anything of the sort. When she says that part of her testimony, she's subconsciously recalling something. Her body reacts to the memory and she touches her neck. I'm sure of it.
A memory? Would someone care to explain what he's babbling about?
This is highly unusual, but let's ask the defense. You claim the witness is remembering something. Maybe you have evidence of this memory to show us?
Her habit is scratching her neck whenever she talks about the moment of her crime. Of the crime. Thank you, I will have a treat. So, what would remind her most of the moment of the crime? Ms. O'Reilly, whenever you recall the crime that night, you scratch your neck. I think I remember what the bit is here, and I remember it being dark. I've noticed it happens when you think about the moment of the crime. There must be some reason behind this habit of yours. I believe the weapon that left an inerasable impression on your neck is this. Oh shit. Maybe not actually. Apollo Justice pickup artist art. I mean, if it's weapons we're talking about, it's gotta be this. I thought she might have been strangled with the locket. Whenever she talks about the moment of the crime, she touches her neck. And what reminds us more of that moment than this bottle, the murder weapon? But something doesn't fit. If you were only the witness to the crime, why would that make you touch your neck like you're in pain?
What's he talking about now?
It was Mr. Smith, the victim, who was hurt, not you.
This is a cross-examination, not a cross-wild conjecture. The witness's habits, they're completely irrelevant.
Justice, I'll admit I'm a bit confused myself. This is certainly a unique cross-examination. I'll explain later. Just trust me. Now's our only chance to break her. Jesus, Apollo. I'm through taking advantage of her. Now I want to break her. Miss O'Reilly, please testify in detail about the moment of the crime. The very moment. Yet, I am knowing nothing. We know you're not Russian.
The witness will testify, please, now.
I just wanted to play that cool animation again. Fine. He's the one who did it. I didn't let him out of my sight until the cops got there. I mean, do I have anything that contradicts that? Oh yeah, he went to the first floor to call the cops.
Objection!
Ms. O'Reilly, we have a record here that clearly contradicts what you said. It states that the police were alerted by a report from the defendant. And we know that the defendant left the room, climbed the stairs, and made that phone call from the first floor of the Borscht Bowl Club. So explain how you kept your eyes on the defendant when he left the room entirely. She followed him? Apollo, I think you're really grasping at straws here. Apparently not, though. Look at her titties. The man who picked up a bottle and swung it that night wasn't the defendant. Shitty claquelure texture. Yes, they should have done that just. I do think that this is a longer case than we're usually accustomed to. Showdown time. You dirty cheat! Check his pockets now! It's gone! The card's gone! You lose. Ah! Just then, Smith grabbed the bottle from next to Wright, and he hit me. You, some master of cheating you turned out to be! I'm sorry, hang on. When I came to, the victim was already dead.
Oh, the victim was already dead. Is that it?
That's why I couldn't reveal who I really was. If it came out that I was in league with Smith, I'd be a suspect for sure.
Well, where does this leave us?
Madness? This is madness! I'm dreaming! It must have been me who was hit with a bottle, and I'm imagining all of this.
It appears our prosecution is at his wit's end, and frankly, I can't blame him. Mr. Gavin, what do you think about this turn of events?
Mr. Gavin? Sir? Thank you, Stream Elements. MK told me I should upgrade my CPU, so I'm raising funds for that. Hope you'll consider donating, viewer. I believe that, as the defense in this case, they are compelled to call Ms. O'Reilly a big fat liar. What? Yeah, same, Olga. Schreef in their room. Three were in that room the night of the murder. The defendant, victim, and her. She has a motive. A motive? Her plot foiled, the witness got into an argument with her client, Mr. Smith. And the denouement of that argument was murder.
What? I'm no killer. It's a trap. Someone's trying to frame me.
Hi, I'm here also. What tangled webs we weave when we practice to deceive. That's not the Shakespeare line even remotely. So tangled we catch ourselves in the process.
Mr. Wright?
Such a hasty conclusion. It's not like you, Christoph Gavin. What are you saying? Why not consider the other possibility? That there was another person in the room at the time of the murder.
Right, like Mr. Wright was saying before recess. Before we went out and played on the jungle gym.
A single card was swapped into the victim's hand after the murder. And the one who swapped the card didn't know two colors of cards were being used. A fourth person.
Ha! This theory again. Your fourth person doesn't exist.
It was Winston Payne! Oh my god, that's why he's not the prosecutor in the next game! He did it! I'm sorry, MK. Indeed. That's why I decided to bring this case to court. Brevi! Here, where there's no escape and no chance for deception. The perfect place to catch the real criminal.
The real criminal?
And we're in luck. A clue to the real criminal's identity was kindly provided for us. And right at the beginning of the trial, no less.
What?
Apollo, perhaps you know what I'm talking about. I actually do, but I think it's gonna tell me anyway. Sorry. Remember what I said. The fourth person who swapped the cards made one critical error. He or she wasn't considering the color on the backs of the cards. Right. How could such an obvious mistake occur? Right, it really does feel like they're leaning towards a color blindness angle. The cards used for the last game were red. Yet there's one person here in our court who thought those cards were blue. Yeah, I had that impression too. But why? I mean, the deck in the photo of the hand is blue. Well, Apollo, think you can figure out who it was?
It's not me, I swear!
It is him, though.
Who is this fourth person?
Why do I always get put on the spot like this? Let's hear what the defense has to say. Who was it? Who thought the cards used in the final game were blue?
Take that!
As I expected. Your eyes and ears are as sharp as your hair.
I was right?
Christoph Gavin, you were the fourth person that night.
But of course Mr. Gavin knows the color of the cards.
How would he? As you can see, the photo of the crime scene is black and white. You can't tell which of the cards are blue, one's on the floor or on the table.
But look! You can see the colors in this photo!
Yes, but when he said that the cards were blue, it was well before this evidence came to light. It is true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. Yet it was only that, a game in the purest sense, a competition, Your Honor.
Competition?
Yes, test of wits, a silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs raised in blue flame, know its final outcome. Well, Christoph? Mr. Gavin?
Mr. Gavin! Is something the matter?
No, nothing. Excuse me, it was just so sudden. Right. You aren't seriously accusing me, are you? Oh, Christoph. Oh, Christoph. You know even I'd never take a joke this far.
This has gone beyond ridiculous, beyond dumb. This is insanity! The defendant accusing his own defense attorney of murder?
I assure you I'm quite sane.
But what possible connection could Mr. Gavin have to the victim?
I wasn't aware that I had a connection to Mr. Smith either.
Yes, but Mr. Gavin and the victim have never even met.
Well, what if they have?
Huh?
There is a possibility, after all. They may have met that night before the game started.
What are you suggesting?
This is all speculation. Is this the truth what Mr. Wright was staying silent about? Well, only one thing to do. Mr. Wright, the defense would like to request that you testify to the court. No, we're not doing that. Never mind. No, Mr. Wright, thank you very much. The defense would like to request no such thing. Mr. Gavin? Testimonies must relate to the case. How could anything happening before that game of poker be related? I mean, if it gives somebody a motive for murder.
I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Gavin.
As I explained before, the defense believes that Ms. O'Reilly.
Am I to assume you speak for Mr. Justice in this? He is the defense, not you. Mr. Justice, the matter of Mr. Wright's testimony is up to you.
Oh, okay.
Does the court, in your opinion, need to hear Mr. Wright's testimony?
Fucking of course. This was Mr. Wright's strategy. He was planning this all along. Thank you, Clown Girl. And I intend to see it through. Unlike in Pentiment, there is a specific right answer for who did the murder in this one. The defense would like to request that Mr. Wright testify to the court. Et tu, Justice, you would betray me, your teacher? You were supposed to bring balance to the law, not throw it into chaos. I'm sorry, Mr. Gavin. This isn't about loyalty. This is about the truth. I do, Jenny.
Very well, the defendant, Mr. Wright, will take the stand, please.
Not even the first time he's been accused of murder. I'm not sure it's only the second time either. That evening, Christoph and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. Thank you, Jenny. Shoddy Smith walked in 5 minutes after Christoph left. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. The girl was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That's when I made another phone call. The defense attorney, Gavin.
Mr. Gavin! You were at the Borscht Bowl Club the night of the murder?
I dine with him rather frequently.
And he talked to the defendant on the phone directly after the murder?
Quite against my will, I had become involved in a murder. I thought I might be in need of a lawyer, so I called him. You were planning this all along, weren't you, Wright? Just because you wanted to drag me into your little murder trial. The only thing I want is the truth. As I did back then, and now. I thought my office was doing you a favor when we took on your defense. It appears that I was wrong.
Very well, the defense may cross-examine the witness.
Justice. Sir! If I make it out of this, I'm going to cut your balls off. He's lying, and you're going to expose him. Understood, sir. Mr. Gavin versus Mr. Wright. This can't end well. Why can't I have a normal trial? Because we already did 2 or 3 games of normal first trials.
Hold it!
With the frizz? No way. And when you returned, the victim was already dead, yes. I'll admit I was a little startled when I walked in.
Little?
He was bleeding from his forehead, after all. I guess I'd be startled too if I walked in on a scene like that. I'll save, but I think I'm good here. That's more clicks to save than it was in the last version of this game.
Objection!
Mr. Wright, if I may. Yeah. Take a look at this photograph of the crime scene. See the victim here? He's wearing a hat. I wouldn't think that you could see blood on his forehead. Good point. Justice. Next time you point out an inconsistency, put a little more oomph into it.
Mr. Wright, can you explain this to the court?
I forgot to mention something. I was the one who put that hat on his head.
Huh?
You?
You put the hat on the dead man's head?
He wore it through our entire poker game. After calling the police, when I returned to the scene, his head was in full view. Shining bright, just like in this photograph.
And?
I picked his hat up off the floor and put it on his head.
Why'd you do a thing like that?
All I can say is, I'm sorry. That's the only thing I touched at the crime scene.
So, Ms. O'Reilly didn't see it? It being the victim's, his head.
I'd think not. She was out cold. I believe I was the only one who witnessed his head. Here we go again.
Mr. Gavin?
Pardon. It just seems that our client is determined to lie his way through this case.
Hey, he's still our client, isn't he?
In any case, please continue the cross-examination. I'm afraid decisive contradictions call for decisive evidence.
Oh,
Push him harder, Justice.
break him.
Wow, you're really leaning into the German thing now. It's just you and the witness in the ring. Go for the KO.
Why do I get the feeling we're not on our client's side anymore?
This is like a very sexually charged first case. Talking about pitting people and taking advantage of them and breaking them. There's that shot of the victim restraining and searching Phoenix. Shit. Justice, you know what you have to do. He's lying. Expose him. Now.
Yes, sir. The truth has to be out there.
Interesting. It's weird, that objection was considered valid, but it didn't change the testimony. I didn't mean to do that. Huh. It'd be really funny if I could just present it a second time and get all the same dialogue again.
Could you explain why you called Mr. Gavin?
I'd obviously gotten involved in a rather sticky affair. Yes, Garrulus. And I figured Kristoff's law offices would give me a friend rate for my defense fees. Glad to hear you intend to pay. Oh, I'll pay in full, Kristoff. It was I who got you involved, after all. You may find the price of your defense quite high, my good friend. Quite high.
Is this the truth that Mr. Wright was talking about?
Alright. He said he had dinner with Kristoff at this table. I don't think there's anything weird about that. Shoddy Smith is fucking sexy as hell, Jesus Christ. Used by the defendant to notify the police from the restaurant's first floor. So he didn't say that he went back upstairs to call Kristoff, but he would have had to. I'm gonna press everything here, I think. 5 minutes? So the two of them could have passed in the restaurant during that time? That would have been a fateful encounter, to be sure.
Oh, Mr. Wright. What was it you said? Kristoff, Gavin, and Shoddy Smith may have met?
I believe I did say that.
Here I was all nervous about this meeting. And now we hear they just passed in the hall?
That does seem a little weak as a pretense for murder.
I know, right, Brevi? Kristoff is basically acting as the prosecutor now. Oh, it would be, if that were all that really happened.
Come on, Mr. Wright. What are you hiding this time? What are you hiding this time? About this failed trap. This is the same trap that Ms. Olga O'Reilly mentioned.
The plan was simple. Elegant, really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search right. He would then pull out the planted card and the trap would snap shut. It's pretty good, Vega. You swap the cards! Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. I don't remember... There's a flashback case... Never mind. Yes, a harmless prank, in essence. It was by a quirk of fate that I happened to discover it.
Quirk?
I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card.
The card she planted!
Yes, I snuck a peek at it and found it was the 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card. Before the game.
Disposed? Where?
There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle.
An empty bottle of grape juice?
There's no way... No, this bottle does not have the card in it, plainly.
The murder weapon!
Yes, I rolled it up and shoved it in. Colored glass makes it hard to see.
A battle of wits between the deceiver and the would-be deceived. That sounds like terrific drama.
A card inside the murder weapon? That's strange. The police miss it in their investigation? Maybe I'll take a look.
Mr. Wright, the poker head of courtroom number 3 approves of this battle of wits. Please revise your testimony with this new information.
Bum 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 ba 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 bum.
Objection!
Oh shit. I thought I looked in there and it wasn't shit. No, it's not there! Look at it! It's clearly not there! Bottle's completely empty. Okay, did I have to fucking get that dialogue first, you asshole? Ugh, I must be on the wrong track. No, you're not. You're on the exact right track.
Objection!
You just hadn't clicked on the thing. Mr. Wright, if I may? Yes? I've examined the bottle, and I don't see any card in here. Jay, thank you for the follow. No?
What, Mr. Wright? Surely ellipsis isn't all you have to say for yourself?
I can't say that I know what happened to the card. I did put it in that bottle, however. Huh? Perhaps a 5th person came and took it out. Oh, and a 6th person could have helped.
Mr. Cavan, Mr. Wright is your client.
My apologies, Your Honor.
I won't have you disparaging our investigation either. We looked inside that bottle. There was nothing.
So what's going on? Is Mr. Wright hoodwinking us again? Did the card just disappear? I believe that's enough of that. Mr. Gavin? This witness's testimony is more like a travesty. It's riddled with lies. I'm beginning to see how you came to lose your attorney's badge 7 years ago. Well, you certainly have a unique way of treating your clients, Christoph. I never knew. I believe it was you who threw the first stone. Mr. Wright, if you intend to ever tell the truth about this case, it's now or never. Don't be misled. I haven't told a single lie here. When I noticed the trap, I put the card in the bottle to dispose of it. And when I put the hat on the victim's head, let's just say I had a reason for doing that as well.
A reason?
That reason is right here. Your cell phone? That night, recall that I spoke with defense attorney Gavin after calling the police. Just in case, I recorded our conversation. Was this? Now that we're all here, I see no reason why I shouldn't play it back for the court. Christoph, I seem to be in a bit of trouble. Was this? Game not going well? Something like that. That gentleman who challenged you, it turned out to be good? He turned out to be dead. Someone hit him. Hard. You mean someone cracked that flawless bone china plate? Pate? You mean someone cracked that flawless bone china plate? It wasn't you, was it? Me? Please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands, should it come to that. Bone china plate. See, that's what I thought Apollo, but it was actually pate. A kind of porcelain, very smooth and shiny. And not plate, but pate. I believe he was referring to a certain gentleman's balding forehead. I hate to say it, man, but that's not balding. He's just straight up bald. That cannot credibly be called balding. He's extremely bald, I'm sorry.
The court appreciates the defendant's discretion in not indicating my forehead.
Wait a second. Something's not right about that phone call. So, after Mr. Gavin ate dinner with you, he left the Borscht Bowl Club? Most certainly. Then, how did he know? When did he see this bone china pate?
Oh, that's right!
Yes. That was when I began to see my good friend in a different light. Troubled, I returned to the crime scene. And when I spotted Mr. Smith's head again, I realized exactly what was wrong. Well, Mr. Gavin, the stage has been set. Perhaps you would like to explain this to the court. Exactly how did you come by your privileged knowledge of the victim's head? So this is your reason. The reason why you put the victim's hat back on. Your point, Mr. Gavin? It does look like it would be a wig, Brent. It's come down to this, has it? Phoenix Light.
Order! I will have order! Mr. Payne!
Yes, Your Honor.
I believe this court has been left with no other choice. Are you prepared to hear defense attorney Gavin's testimony?
Well, as the prosecutor,
Very well, we'll break for 10 minutes, after which Mr. Gavin will take the stand for a cross-examination. Are we all clear on that?
Crystal clear, Your Honor.
Very well. This will be the final recess for the day.
Do I have Discord server? Boy, do I! We actually have it on a timer, but also here's the link. This is an insane first case. Yes, Faith. They came up, all credit to them, they came up with a really good twist. Because every case for the every first case for the first 3 games, you basically only have 2 witnesses. The defendant and the witness who actually did the murder. April 20th, 2:32 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 3. Even in the first case of Trials and Tribulations, Dahlia Hawthorne is the only other witness they interview. So if you've played the first 2 games, then you will probably assume that she is the murderer. More like Christoph clear, am I right?
Are we clear?
Christoph clear, Your Honor. That's just a little bit of a pun, you see, because my name also starts with Chris.
I'm me.
They used to think that was a laugh riot back in law school, let me assure you. Back in ambiguous country law school. I'm not even sure if I went to law school in this country. Kringus, thank you so much for the $10 donation. Thank you, Purse. Would have thought today would turn out like this. May I? I'm gonna assume this is Phoenix. Oh no, it's Trucy!
May I?
Huh? What?
Hello, sir. Please pick a card.
What's all this about? Is this one okay?
Excellent. I have a message for you. The last hand is about to be played. You'll need a trump card to make it.
Trump card?
The card you have chosen is magical. Use it wisely and the game is yours. That's all.
An ace? Where do I remember that card from? The Ace of Spades! The Ace... He's probably remembering the song.
Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces and Mr. Wright's 2. It is 5 aces in all. It is true. I have seen it. The 5th ace. There was cheating, I swear to you.
The missing 5th ace? Wait, this blotch of red. Is this blood? Thank you, J-Drox.
You have your trump card. Now it's up to you to cut the deck and draw the truth. My father's fate is in your hands. I know you can do it.
Thanks, Trucy. No, you're right, Garrel. This is probably Borscht. This bloodstained card is my trump card for finding the truth? He goes solid snake mode so hard in this case. I fell deep into thought as my mind raced to understand what this all meant. It's not even in the court record yet. That girl, I'd seen her recently. But where? Apollo, you are a dumb ass, my god. That's when I made the connection. Clook. Bloody ace added to the court record. April 20th, 2:45 p.m., District Court, courtroom number 2. Let's see that Christoph Gavin front-facing sprite.
Court will now reconvene. Defense attorney Christoph Gavin, will you please take the stand?
Received from a mysterious girl. Could this be the myth-sing fifth ace? Oh wait, I can't examine it. Hold up. Bum, 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 bum. No clues here. Are you sure? The back is red. That's been significant. A single drop of blood marks the front of the card.
Defense attorney Christoph Gavin, will you please take the stand?
Gavin is also not bad looking, but he's got nothing on his brother.
Now then, if you would, Mr. Payne.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, the witness state his name and occupation.
Is this false necessary, Your Honor?
Believe me, far stranger things have gone on in this courtroom. We had a fucking ghost in here one time.
Fine, I'll play along.
First, there's one thing we need to have made clear. How did you know about the secret beneath the victim's hat?
By secret, I'm guessing he means the fact that Mr. Smith was bald. Forgive my curiosity, but what is it about this fellow's head? Your Honor seems to have an inordinate interest in it.
Objection!
I wouldn't call it inordinate, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Wright! What do you think you're doing, right? Well, things sure look different from the other side. You know what I mean, Apollo? Speaking of looking from the other side, let's consider something for a second. The victim wore that hat all night, never once taking it off, except for that one time. That one time being the instant he was hit.
Oh!
When Mr. Wright returned from reporting the crime, the hat was lying on the floor. Mr. Wright picked it up and placed it on the victim's head. In other words, in order to have seen Mr. Smith's bald head, you would have had to have been there in the hideout at the time of the crime. Faith, it's fine for in U.S. court at least, it's completely normal for the defendant to sit at that bench with their defense attorney. And Maggie Bird actually does the same thing in the first case of the second Phoenix Wright game. You would have had to have been there in the hideout at the time of the crime. In other words, I must be the real killer, is what you're trying to say. Not bad, Apollo. But Faith, they have crazy laws in Phoenix Wright land. Maybe in this world, the defendant is not supposed to be at that bench.
Mr. Gavin?
I'm afraid that I haven't been entirely honest with the court.
What?
Oh, I assure you, I had the noblest of intentions. I did it all to protect my client, Mr. Wright. But I'm afraid in the current situation, I see little reason to hide anything. Very well, allow me to tell you the truth of what happened that night.
Finally, you may begin your testimony.
Persephone, it's actually not a braid, it is a Kim Wexler-style hot brush curl at the end of his hair.
Tell us, how were you involved in the events of that fateful night?
Well, Bren, from what we've heard so far, it seems like he was maybe trying to get Phoenix found guilty. The rage I sensed in that man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. I went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window to the hideout. It must have been right after the murder took place. The victim was dead, as he appears in the photo. A bald head and unconscious girl, and Wright holding a bottle in his hand.
I sensed that this was not the best place for me to be at the time, and so I left. That's when the call came from Wright.
Bye, Faith.
So, you witnessed the murder?
For better or worse, I witnessed the actual moment of the deed. Mr. Gavin, may I remind you that you are on Mr. Wright's defense team? Your testimony is clearly disadvantageous to your client. He's under fucking oath. What else could I say? I'm standing on the witness stand, after all.
So you are Mr. Gavin. And you had to testify as you just did. You had to tell them you saw the scene of the crime through that little window.
Mr. Wright?
You had to say that. Because that was the only probable window of opportunity. Right, Apollo?
Yeah. Mr. Wright, the defense should do the cross-examination, not the defendant. Mr. Justice, are you prepared?
Yes, Your Honor. I can't believe I'm going up against Mr. Gavin. This trial's getting weirder and weirder. It done got weird, Apollo. Stop being surprised by it. Gavin's soup. Jesus fucking Christ. He is fresh to death. Honestly, he and his brother are both hot in different ways.
Hold it!
That man? You mean Mr. Smith? Red Eyes Zombie Dragon Lord. Thank you for the follow.
He was different from the other customers. His aura, shall we say. I actually also do palm readings on the side. I knew he was a serious poker player. That was more than that.
So then, you knew the true nature of your client's job.
Of course. But I also knew he wasn't engaged in gambling, which would be illegal.
Well, it makes sense that he'd know. They were friends after all.
Worried for my friend, I returned to the club. You see, I feared this Mr. Smith might be someone coming to settle an old score. I see. What happened then? I went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window to the hideout.
The little window? You mean the one used to keep watch up on the stairs?
Yes, a relic of the ancient past. The black marketeers used it, I believe.
That's true, Brent. Why did you go through the trouble of peeking in through the window? Wouldn't it have been easier to just open the door and go to the room?
His hand. I didn't want to upset Wright, you see.
Upset Mr. Wright?
Yes, what if my fears had been unfounded? Be walking in on their match, bad form, to say the least.
So far, everything he's saying makes sense. I don't know if that actually made sense, but...
Hold it!
How do you know it was right after the murder?
Really, no need to shout, Justice.
Yeah.
I was just getting to that part in my testimony.
Ah, there he is. The coolest defense in the West we know and love. Oh, he is from West Germany. Even when you're standing up there on the witness stand, some things never change.
I was afraid you'd change too, Wright, but you haven't. Even that overbearing personality of yours.
With friends like these, who needs enemies?
The victim was dead, as he appears in the photo.
By photo, you mean the second photograph of the crime scene?
Precisely. You see, he wasn't wearing his hat on. I saw his head when he was dead. I'm a poet, you see. That's part of my character. It's been established early in the case.
And then Mr. Wright came along and replaced his hat.
Can you describe the scene of the murder for us?
A bald head, an unconscious girl, and Wright holding a bottle in his hands.
Those were the only three at the scene of the crime?
Yes, as far as I saw at least.
Then we're back where we started. The killer was the defendant, Phoenix Wright. Who else could it have been? But why didn't you talk to the police?
2 reasons. First, I didn't actually witness the very moments of the crime. Second, my office was asked to defend Wright. Even after seeing what I had seen, I couldn't abandon my friend.
Objection!
What a smile, what a friendly face. There must have been someone else there. There must have been someone else there at the moment of the crime.
Justice, I just said I saw no one, not a soul.
But that goes against what Mr. Wright said. Ah, yes, this mysterious force person. Who would conveniently be the real killer, I suppose. Glad to see we agree, Mr. Gavin. Let me pose a question, then. Tell me, what possible reason did the real killer have to swap cards in the victim's hand? Perhaps you can show some reason why such a thing would be necessary? How can I show something I can't find myself? Remember, Apollo, you just got that fucking card from my daughter, you stupid dipshit. The fifth ace, right.
Well, Mr. Justice, the question of why the killer would swap out a card has been raised. Can you point to a reason?
It's now or never. The defense would like to present evidence to the court. Evidence showing the reason why a card was swapped out.
Then go ahead and point out your reason, Mr. Justice. Why did the killer take the fifth ace?
Take that!
My reason is, this.
Is that an ace?
Why, it's got blood on it! Right next to the spade!
What?
This is it. Oh, sorry. This is insane! Why wasn't I told about this? Why?
Could this be the missing fifth ace?
Inconceivable. How could you? What are you doing with that card? Yeah, well, that's the thing. Why is Mr. Gavin so upset? It's just a fishy card from some fishy girl. Oh, that card? It's mine. That is, I picked it up at the Borscht Bowl Club that night after the murder had occurred. I gave it to my daughter. Cards are her stock in trade, after all.
Objection!
No, impossible, unacceptable. The court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud. A fraud? How can you be so sure? What? I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer. Allow me to elaborate. What if this trace of blood was the reason?
A reason for
For the killer to take the card from the scene of the crime.
Where are you going with this?
Take another look at the photo and at the victim's head. At the moment of the crime, his hat fell to the floor, and a trickle of blood ran from his forehead down the back of his head. Couldn't a drop of that blood have fallen on one of the cards? I suppose. The killer then took the card to hide the blood.
Objection!
Regardless, that evidence is non-permissible. Oh? Right. Regardless of how you've wasted the last 7 years, you used to be a lawyer. You know what a serious crime it is to conceal evidence. Oh, we can discuss the finer points of our legal system later. What's important now is that I've answered your question. What are you talking about? You wanted to know why the killer would have taken a card from the crime scene. And now I've told you. That one drop of blood would have been decisive evidence, you see.
Objection!
This is baseless conjecture. Baseless.
Objection!
Oh! Come on, man. You didn't want to save this for the last case? Also, fuck you. Oh, I assure you, it's quite based. What? Don't you know, this game takes place in the future. Perhaps you're not familiar with Lil B the Based God. It's amazing, really, how a single drop of blood on a single card can lead us to the truth. It's quite simple. Well, Apollo? Yes? Try picturing the scene of the crime in your head. Ooh, 3D! They have 3D in this one! The murder took place in the hideout. The body of the luckless victim was found at the poker table. And before the killer swapped a card out, there was a single card with a drop of blood on it in the victim's hand. Excuse me. Given this, there is one decisive problem with this scene.
Well, what is it?
Let's keep it simple, shall we? Given that there was a drop of blood on the card, whose position in this diagram doesn't fit? The victims, the killers, the witnesses, the second witnesses. Whose position doesn't fit with a bloody card? The second witnesses, I guess? I don't really know what they're up to here. The second witness's position is the problem.
The second witness, that would be Mr. Gavin, yes?
The second witness's position is far less problematic than yours right now, Justice. Or perhaps perilous is a better word.
I cannot see what the bloodstained card has to do with the second witness's location.
Okay, shit. One more chance. The victims, I guess? I was thinking that the second witness wouldn't be able to see the table from this vantage point. Well, isn't it the victim's position that's the problem?
I don't follow your logic here, Mr. Justice.
Well, look, the victim was struck on the head, sending him back in his chair. You'd think any blood would fall behind the body, not onto the table in front of him.
Oh!
Take a look at the photo again. If he bled in this position, the blood would fall on the floor, not on the cards.
Why, that's right! So, what does this mean?
Incidentally, we were sitting in swivel chairs. Swivel chairs? Oh, man. Apollo, try turning the chair around.
The chair was facing the other way?
It would have to be. So we have to assume that at the time of the murder, the victim's chair was facing away from the table. Turning the chair about.
When Mr. Wright returned from informing the police, which way was the chair facing?
When I came back to the room, the body was facing as seen in this photo. That would mean the killer turned the chair back around. Let's take the next step. Look at the diagram once more. We know now that the victim was facing away from the table at the time of the murder. But this creates another significant contradiction.
Again?
It's so funny that Pate is even here. Let's test your reasoning skills again, shall we? Apollo, whose location on this diagram contradicts our new understanding of the crime? The victims, the killers, the witnesses, the second witnesses? Whose location creates a contradiction if the victim was facing away?
Take that!
The victim was struck from the front, correct? Indeed. Well, wouldn't it be hard for the killer to hit him from the front? Sitting where his indicator currently is? I would think it'd be quite hard, yes.
Yes, but what you're saying makes no sense. Why would the victim suddenly turn to face the wall in the middle of a game?
I believe a sufficient reason will soon come to light.
What?
There's something in this diagram that makes far less sense, actually. Look again at the diagram. Apollo, if the victim was struck while he was sitting as shown here, where would his assailant be standing? Try marking it on the diagram. This is our tutorial for this mechanic. What? But there's no room to put a mark where the killer should be. Don't worry. Let's think it through and see what we find. We know the victim was facing toward the wall at the time of the crime. That's the only thing we know for sure. Try to forget about everything else. Where would the killer have to be standing to strike our victim from the front? Kind of obvious video game. The killer had to be standing, well, here.
You get points for flair, but that's about all you get.
Yeah, I thought I was onto something there, too. That's right, Bren.
I hardly need to point out that standing there would be impossible. The victim is facing a solid cupboard. Or are you claiming the killer climbed the cupboard and hit him from above? Ha!
It's simple logic, really. If this was the only place the killer could have been standing, then that means that at the very moment of the crime... Wait, I know! At the moment of the crime, the cupboard wasn't there!
What's this now?
I mean, that's the only explanation. Right, Mr. Gavin? Your Honor, I have a suggestion for the defense. We should arrange to examine the cupboard in the hideout immediately. The cupboard has a glass front, probably specifically to avoid this question.
Bailiff, Send a team to the crime scene immediately. Have them try to move the cupboard.
Your Honor,
What?
there's one more thing your men should look for. Please give this to the bailiff.
Yes, I see. You do belong in the courtroom after all, Mr. Wright.
I do my best. I hate that you can see the details on their faces in that shot. But let's forge ahead here while we wait. Look at the diagram once again. It's been changed. If the killer was standing here at the time of the crime, then this cupboard wasn't here. Which means... LOLMK. Apollo, try moving the cupboard. Thank you. As you can see, the cupboard was the problem. At the time of the murder, it had to have been as shown here. Now everything is in place to reconstruct the moment of the crime. Oh my. What's this?
What is it now?
Look at the diagram of the crime scene once more. It appears we found yet another contradiction. What I believe to be the final contradiction, in fact. Huh? Oh, dang! Oh, dang! Apollo talking like Akewood. Notice something, Apollo? Our line of deduction is rapidly approaching its logical conclusion.
Now then, Mr. Justice, please point to the new contradicting indicator. Is it the victim, the killer, the witness, the second witness? Which indicator in this diagram contradicts what we now know about the crime?
Yeah, about this cupboard. Are we all okay with assuming it was moved? Sure, why not? Well, if it was, something really doesn't fit. The cupboard would completely cover up the window to the stairs.
Ah!
That's right! Someone standing outside wouldn't be able to see in. Someone like Mr. Gavin. What did you say? Oh, is the coolest defense in the West losing his cool? Don't expect me to play along with your little game, White. It's only a game until someone gets killed, Mr. Gavin. And someone was, while the window to that room was blocked up by a cupboard. So, Mr. Gavin, perhaps you'd like to explain to the court. Exactly where did you witness the crime scene from? Excuse me, Your Honor!
Order! This is a court of law, and I will have order!
We just now received word from our investigative team at the Borscht Bowl Club. They've examined the cupboard in the hideout, Your Honor.
Oh, and what did they find?
Well, Your Honor, it turns out there's a secret passage behind it.
What?
Ah, yes. I believe I mentioned something of the sort before. This is one of the tricks to the room many of our regulars know about. I do remember him saying something about that now that he mentions it. A secret passage is a handy thing to have when you're engaged in illegal goings-on. Never know when you might need to duck away from the eyes of the law. So the room has a secret passage. Where does it go? The other side connects to the restaurant above. The underworld bosses could get away from the cops and enjoy a cold bowl of borscht, no doubt. Just like our killer. This is making me want borscht, or just like gazpacho. I really love gazpacho. I almost never get to have it. Barry and I have a Tex-Mex place that we go to. They had gazpacho one time. They like conditionally have it on the specials menu. It's not like a regular thing they serve, which fucking sucks. Come on, give me some of that shit. You see where our line of simple deductive reasoning has led us, Apollo? I see it, but I don't believe it. That girl wasn't kidding when she said I needed this trump card for the last hand. At the time of the murder, the window was blocked, and the victim's hat... No, just... Gazpacho is a soup. Was only off his head for the few minutes between Mr. Smith's murder and Mr. Wright's return from calling the cops. You may be thinking of pimento? In other words, the only place anyone could have seen the victim's bald head was from inside the hideout. Well, Mr. Gavin, come on, say something.
Dare I ask what really happened that night?
Exactly, Bram. Actually, I think we can probably figure it out ourselves at this point. That night, for whatever reason, Our killer had a date with Mr. Smith. A date with destiny. Would that we were all so lucky. That's true, Gaspacho Fring. There he crouched, hidden in the secret passageway behind the cupboard, holding his breath, waiting for just the right moment. And the chance came, and he took it.
Ah!
Who said what? Why did you do that? Wait here, I'll get help. Oh, it was Phoenix. What? Why did you do that? Right, good question. Wait here, I'll get help. Ms. Olga O'Reilly was out cold, struck by Mr. Smith. But his time was soon to come. Mr. Wright went upstairs to call the cops, leaving Mr. Shoddy Smith alone in the hideout with the unconscious dealer. What the fuck, man? She's just the dealer. Then our killer stepped out from the secret passage and into the hideout. The victim must have heard the cupboard sliding aside. He wheeled his chair around to look, and after the deed was done, the criminal must have seen the blood on the card. He would have, of course, realized the need to destroy the evidence. That single spot of blood told the whole story of the crime. Yeah, MK, that's probably what that's supposed to be, and not just meme speak. Too bad for him he didn't linger any longer in the hideout that night. If he had, he might have noticed the cards on the floor, and the fact that they were all red. He's pretty good looking, he's pretty hot, he's pretty good looking.
Well, it seems that this trial has taken yet another turn. I'm truly, truly sorry I had to see this day come, Mr. Gavin.
No one who speaks German could be an evil man. Gavin is German. His brother is the one with all the Germanisms in his speech, like Fräulein and Achtung. Gavin is also German, but hate to say it, I don't really have a educated German who's good at speaking English accent, distinct from my just general German accent. I've only got the one. Mr. Gavin?
Mr. Payne?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor.
The prosecution will continue its investigation. As for Mr. Phoenix Wright, the defendant, he is hereby cleared of all suspicion. Believe me when I say that I don't believe this is happening, Mr. Gavin. But I'm afraid circumstances call for me to issue a warrant for your arrest immediately.
Objection!
Oh, no need to apologize. I rather enjoyed myself. It's not every day you get to witness a legendary attorney's dirty tactics firsthand. Your point, Mr. Gavin? Frankly, Your Honor, I'm shocked that the person of your caliber would be taken in by such a low-grade parlor trick.
Excuse me?
The defendant is cleared of all suspicion. This is hardly the time for jokes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright hasn't proven anyone's guilt or innocence here. What he has done is use illegal evidence to put the blame on someone else. And not just anyone else, but me, his own defense attorney.
Illegal evidence?
Objection!
Let me ask you, Mr. Gavin. That is not the voice. Oh my god. Let me ask you, Mr. Gavin. Is there still any reason at present to suspect me of wrongdoing? Of course. This bottle, for instance. The bottle of grape juice Mr. Wright was drinking. How do you intend to explain away the fingerprints on the murder weapon? And not just any fingerprints. Am I right, Mr. Payne?
Actually, yes, the fingerprints on the bottle were upside down.
I seem to recall this being an issue earlier. The court, in this case, demands an explanation. I can think of only one reason why one would hold the bottle upside down, and that is to hit someone with the bottom of the bottle. Well, Your Honor? See how the caught fish squirms to the last. Well, Apollo?
Yes?
Your boss seems awfully concerned about this bottle still. But I'm sure you can come up with a suitable explanation. Just like that.
Yeah, just like what? Why would anyone grab a bottle upside down other than to...
Don't let him trick you into thinking his explanation is the only legitimate one.
Is there really another?
Take another look at the court record. I believe you'll find a simple answer there, in plain sight.
How about you just say the answer in plain words? Then it wouldn't be a game, Apollo. Then I'd be watching you play it.
It would be hasty to deliver a verdict with unanswered questions indeed. Well, Mr. Justice?
Mr. Gavin said that the court and this case demand an explanation. Don't worry. Justice won't leave until justice is done.
Perhaps the defense would care to enlighten the court. What evidence do you have to explain why the fingerprints on the bottle are upside down?
Take that!
It's actually easier to show you than explain, Your Honor. Place that bottle on the floor next to your chair.
Excuse me, on the floor?
Yes. Now reach down and pick it up. Without getting out of your chair.
Ah!
See? You naturally go to pick up the bottle by its neck. With your fingers upside down! Look at this photograph taken on the night of the murder. The defendant, Mr. Wright, sat here. Look at his fucking sandals. Playing piano, bottles of grape juice on the floor to the side of his piano bench. He would have naturally picked up the bottles upside down several times.
Wow, I can't believe it was that simple!
Recall our dinner that evening, Christoph. I was drinking my usual juice then, too.
Basically, you used the bottle on the table to do the deed, but then you must have remembered. So you went and picked up one of the bottles from under the piano, and you switched the bottles. You took one of Mr. Wright's bottles and made it look like the murder weapon.
Arbeat, consider that Phoenix put the folded up card in the bottle that he was actually, or that was actually used as the murder weapon. And this bottle does not have a card in it.
Order, order, order! What do you have to say to these charges, Mr. Gavin?
Whatever, I'm not even bothered, really. Fascinating. So this is the legendary attorney's famed tactic of misdirection.
What?
You claim that I switched the bottle. Where's your proof?
Proof? Well, that's,
As I thought, more baseless conjecture. I'm afraid your bottle of proof is quite empty.
Objection!
LOL, Arbeat. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Your Honor, when you initiated the investigation of the hideout earlier, you recall I requested an additional investigation?
Yes, I have your memo about that here. Retrieve the bottles from under the piano at the Borscht Bowl Club. And here's one of the bottles in question.
What, are you going to dust that for fingerprints too? I would be surprised if any were on that but his.
Mr. Gavin probably wouldn't make such a novice mistake, true. That bottle won't bear a trace of anything.
Hey, Apollo,
Yes?
why don't you go ahead and examine that bottle?
But why?
Just humor me.
Mr. Wright.
That bottle will solve this case once and for all.
What? That's some bottle!
What?
There's something inside the bottle.
Boom. Oh, it's a twist off. Fuck you.
Tower, thank you for the follow. What's this? It's that card. It can't be.
Recall that unpleasant woman's testimony for a moment. I found her pretty pleasant.
Miss Olga O'Reilly?
Yes, our little swindling Devochka.
That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed. Wait, this isn't... You're telling me that this is the planted card you disposed of? The one you mentioned in this piece of testimony?
I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card.
Thank you, Stream Elements. MK told me that I should raise funds for a new CPU, so I'm doing it.
Yes, I snuck a peek at it and found it was the Five of Hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game.
Disposed? Where?
There was an empty bottle of grape juice I'd been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle. Am I supposed to be... Oh, the Five of Hearts. This is the card. The bottles were swapped, and the only one who could have done that was the fourth person in the club that night. You, Mr. Christoph Gavin. Fuck, my hair fell out of alignment. I need a mirror. Somebody... Pretty low-key for an Ace Attorney breakdown. That is all. Literally, that, like, somebody getting frustrated and punching the stand is something that might happen in a real court of law. Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Light?
Revenge?
Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago. My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete, right? Is that how that's pronounced? I don't know how the fuck to say that.
This is insane! What about me? Don't I get to prosecute anyone?
Yay, Garrulus.
I believe this time we've finally come to the end of our trial. Mr. Payne, do you have a report on it for us on Christoph Gavin?
He's admitted everything. We're processing his arrest now.
Why would he admit everything? He's supposed to be a good defense attorney. That's true, MK.
I see. Still, one has to wonder why he would do such a thing. Didn't even have a connection to the victim. Did he?
None that we know of.
Mr. Wright, have you anything to add?
Yeah, Remy. I'm afraid I can't shed any more light on the matter.
About this victim, Mr. Shoddy Smith? His occupation was listed as traveler. An odd profession to be sure, and that's all we know about him.
I'll arrange a follow-up investigation, Your Honor.
Good. Mr. Wright?
Yes?
7 years, and you still haven't lost your touch.
Christoph Gavin was a man with much significance for me. He was my first. Bremy, why did you think he would eventually reveal himself to be evil or betray us? Is it because he was German? Both as a friend and as a lawyer.
He was extremely talented, to be sure.
I needed two things before I could confront him. The first was a place where no injustice would be tolerated. This courtroom.
Me? Eagle, thank you so much for the $2.
Oh, I see, like Phoenix right, Eagle wrong. Okay, I think that was probably MK. The second was a man who would tolerate no injustice. In other words, a defense attorney. You, Apollo.
Me?
This is a dark time for our legal system. A twisting of justice brought on by our very own initial trial system. You have to set it right.
Mr. Wright.
Our work lies ahead of us, and I, for one, am looking forward to it.
Well, this seems like a good time to announce a verdict. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright, not guilty!
The too cool mentor who betrays you? Yeah, that makes sense. He was really cool, to be fair.
Court is adjourned.
Oh my god, that was already 3 hours. That's crazy. I wonder if we can even meet the prosecutor of the next case before the end of stream. April 20th, 4:28 p.m., District Court Defendant Lobby number 3. Thanks, Apollo. You came through just like I thought you would.
I'm pretty sure I didn't do a thing in there.
It was you who cornered Mr. the killer. I couldn't have done it by myself. You sensed it too today, didn't you? Your ability.
Ability?
Yes, a sensitivity I lack. Soon you'll come to understand. You'll come to understand it soon enough. A sensitivity I lack. You see, I was never able to come with a woman.
Wait, I wonder if he means... I have one question for the witness, then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. It's this weird vibe I'm getting.
That's a much better joke, Brad.
What was that, Mr. Wright?
You'll have to find the answer to that question yourself.
The answer? Right. Today was full of questions without answers. Most of them about Mr. Gavin.
What possible reason could he have had to commit murder? Perhaps you'll learn that in the days to come, or in the fourth case of this video game.
Huh? Wait, you don't know, do you?
This locket is the key.
Huh? Oh, that reminds me. I met the girl whose picture's in your locket. Your daughter, right?
That's right, she's my daughter. You know, you were right about this locket.
Huh?
I took this off his neck the night he died. But it looks like our dear Russian scam artist saw me. So the truth is, this locket really did belong to him.
Wait, but that's perjury! You testified! You said that locket was yours!
I said no such thing, actually.
Huh?
I merely said that it was a locket with my daughter's picture inside. A subtle distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. And it's the truth.
Wait, but then, why? Why was the victim wearing a locket with a picture of your daughter inside it?
Sometimes the straightest path to the truth isn't the best one. Give it time. You're still just getting started with your career.
Speaking of which, I may be out of a job. I work for Gavin Law Offices after all.
The entire firm probably isn't going to fold just because he went to jail. They might rename themselves, but I don't think they're gonna fold. Well, they might suffer bad business because the guy who founded them went to jail for murder. Actually, that makes sense.
I still can't believe I just saw Mr. Gavin get led away in handcuffs.
Apollo,
Yeah?
how about coming to work for me?
You mean at the Wright and Company law offices? I mean, there's not a single attorney in my generation that doesn't know it.
I can't imagine that to be true, but
What's up with the Ahigowing badge on his hat? It's cute. Actually, I think it's one of Emma's pins from Case 5 of the first Phoenix Wright game. Wait, but you're not a...
oh, I turned in my badge, yes. I'm not an attorney anymore. We're working on this case, Sandpiper. You'd love it, Apollo.
That incident 7 years ago. That legendary trial. And at the middle of it all was one man, Phoenix Wright. The case reached its sad conclusion, and he left law for good. Have you ever thought about coming back to the court?
I'm not qualified to stand in a court of law, I'm afraid. Didn't you notice in today's trial? There was a single piece of forged evidence.
Forged evidence? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about evidence that shouldn't have existed. A naughty magician's trick.
One piece of evidence struck me as odd, it's true. Just seemed, well, too perfect.
Arby, that's a really interesting idea. I don't know that that's what they intended for this. Indeed, it's probably not what they intended for it. I also don't remember what the circumstances of the bad ending from 3 were.
It just seemed, well, too perfect. I'll bet this was the forged evidence.
Take that!
Yeah, that's what I thought, Jess.
You mean this, don't you? I got this from your daughter, Mr. Wright.
Yes. That card couldn't have been found at the crime scene. Why? Because the killer took it with him when he left, leaving the wrong card in its place. Luckily for us.
The court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud.
A fraud? How can you be so sure? I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer. My verdict was already handed down 7 years ago.
Then, you really?
Yep, I forged this card. One look at the crime scene should have told you it wasn't real.
But you can't do something like that and call yourself an attorney!
Who's calling themselves an attorney, Apollo?
So it's true. The rumor is true. Does Phoenix Wright is gay? 7 years ago.
None of that matters much now, does it?
Ah!
Did he punch him?
I punched him.
It's your story from here on out, Apollo. Perhaps I can help you turn the next page. My office's address. Drop in if you like. Wright and Company Law Offices. We forge evidence.
Mr. Wright.
Oh, about your uppercut. Try yelling, "Take that!" next time. I find it packs a little more punch. And Apollo, thanks for today. I had a good time. Yes, Phoenix loves the submit fake evidence to make the killer admit they know about real evidence trick. I feel like this isn't even the first time he's done it. And
Bremy, perhaps you will learn.
And with that, Mr. Wright walked out the door. That's how my first trial ended. A lot of mysteries went unsolved. And at the time, I had no idea they were all related. Every mystery that day, connected by a single thread of logic. I'd find that out soon enough. My name is Apollo Justice, attorney at law, and this is how my story begins. Yay, yay, yay! Episode 2, Turnabout Corner. The second word is corner. You can't see it. It's Turnabout Corner. Bram, I think maybe he changed his last name. As long as we draw breath, the wheel of fate turns. I don't know who's talking right now. Oh my god, the fucking harmonica, I forgot about that. Spinning big crimes and little crimes together. And when the wheel stops... Wow, look at that! You die. Look at all those polygons they could show because it was on the DS. June 15th, 9:12 a.m., Wright and Company Law Offices. 2 months have passed since Mr. Gavin's arrest. My first trial, and I lost both my mentor and my job. They did, Remy. They put graphics in this one. Hi, Saras. First game ever to have graphics. Yeah, I'll admit it. I was screwed. But even when I hit bottom, I told myself I'd never come here. Honest. Here, being the legendary Wright and Company Law Offices. Okay, Justice, time to stop trembling. Oh, you must be here for the interview. Right this way. Oh, wait, it might not actually be Trucy. Hang on. Huh? Oh, it is Trucy.
Hello there. You found the right place. You found the right place. Welcome.
What's with this girl?
Well, now, shall we begin?
Begin... what?
Right, first things first. Any special talents?
Talents?
Yes, well, you must have at least one.
Well, I guess defending?
Defending. An unusual talent, but it'll do. With a little jazzing up, of course.
You think so? She does the fucking exact same pose as Maya.
Let's give it a go, shall we?
Huh?
Go ahead, show me, defend. Just give it all you've got. Don't hold back now.
What are you talking about? I can't just defend here.
First lesson, a professional can perform anywhere.
Thanks.
We want people to be laughing with us, not at us.
Thanks, but I'm not sure why they should be laughing at all.
What? What exactly do you think you came here to do?
What? Defend? No?
Excuse me, but do you know where you are?
Huh? The Wright and Company Law Offices, right?
Oh. I was afraid of that. Don't worry, you're not the first.
What's going on here? Who are you? I came here to meet with the person in charge.
Well, you've apparently made no fewer than 2 mistakes.
Mistakes? Psychomantis? But I got a call from Mr. Wright this morning.
Perhaps you should go read the sign out front again.
What's there to read? Look, it says right there. Oh. Why does it say Wright Talent Agency?
Welcome to the Right Talents Agency, where you've always come to the right place. I'm Trucy Wright, CEO. I'm a magician.
It all came flooding back. The trial, that girl. She and Apollo do have pretty good chemistry, that's true.
Hello, sir. Please pick a card.
That's right. She's my daughter. Trucy Wright.
Here, check out our flyer. So, what's your name?
Apollo Justice, attorney at law. Oh my god, look at this fancy new UI. Time to examine the badge. There are no clues here. Tell the truth, I get a happy feeling inside just looking at it. A pianist who can't play a lick, formerly an ace defensive attorney of some renown. He's 33? He's 33. He's 33 here? Yeah? Is that how old Phoenix is? Washed up defense attorney Phoenix Wright hasn't been a lawyer for 7 years. He lost his law license at 26.
Trucy Wright, future stage magician in training. Apparently the daughter of Phoenix Wright.
All right. Using the power of math, we can determine how old Phoenix was when Trucy was born. 33 minus 15 rendered us 18. Now, let's see. 18, that's way before Phoenix met Maya. Let's see. What was Phoenix doing at age 18? Was he maybe in college? Do we know if he had anyone that he was in a relationship with while he was in college who already hid 5 million different things about herself from him? A strange split box leers at me from the wall. Is this one of those boxes for cutting people in half?
That's right! This cabinet is used for an illusion called the zigzag.
I've seen one on TV, but why is one just sitting here in your office?
Oh, it's a little big for me, you see. So I'm using it as furniture. Hats in the top, shirts in the middle, and pants down below. I think it's a nice touch, don't you?
Don't you fucking get her panties or something in this game? You do! She has like big bloomers. Oh my god, I forgot about that. What a perverse video game. It's not exactly what I'd call a welcoming decor. Her magic panties. That's what she says. Those are the words. Sorry, Gist. I've just remembered it. I wanted to talk it out to make sure. I'm sorry, Gist. A blue silk hat, just like the one Trucy's wearing.
Oh, that's just for show. Don't wear it, please.
Last thought from my mind, honest.
I put it there so clients can see it and know who I am. Nothing says magician like a silk top hat.
Oh, it scrolls up and down now. An old sepia-tinted photo of a man in a silk top hat.
That's my favorite magician. I want to be just like him someday.
Sure, nice. Guess it's good to have a role model, even if he's gotta be well over 100.
How rude!
There are all sorts of strange paraphernalia sitting on top of the piano.
Those are my magic props. Practice, practice, practice. A professional never leaves their weapons far from reach.
But you can't play the piano with all this junk on it.
Oh, no one plays here anyway, and the neighbors complain.
I guess Mr. Wright really can't play. Whoa! That fork is floating! Not Why do you have a plate of plastic spaghetti here?
That right there is the whole reason I became a magician.
Do tell.
I saw a plate just like that in a restaurant once. The floating fork looked so real. That's when I knew. Someday I'd make magic more amazing than that spaghetti.
That's one of those hula hoop things everyone was crazy about way back when.
Really? I had no idea these were that popular.
I'm not so bad with one myself, actually.
I'm still learning. So you can really make someone levitate with it? Show me.
God, I have no idea how. It's just a normal hula hoop, isn't it? Bam, 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 bam. That table doesn't look very sturdy.
You've never seen one of these? It's a magic table.
So, like, you make this teapot disappear?
So you might think, but that's not it. Before your very eyes, the contents of the pot change. From Earl Grey to Darjeeling.
Kinda hard to see the difference, I think. All these legal books must be Mr. Wright's leftovers. There's a lot of unrelated books in here, too. One Trick a Day, Magic for Idiots. I think a pro magician would aim a bit higher.
Don't touch Mr. Charlie.
Diesel, thank you so much for the 15-month resub. Mr. Charlie?
He's been in this office much longer than I have. Daddy's mentor had a great fondness for Mr. Charlie. He's lived here since Daddy was a rookie attorney.
Ah, Mr. Charlie. Right.
Now I take care of him.
Grape juice? I think I have actually examined everything. Now I will talk to Trucy. Right talent agency. So, is this really a talent agency?
You bet. Daddy started it 7 years ago when he quit law. Of course, we only have 2 people signed up right now.
2 people? Does that include you?
Trucy Wright, magician extraordinaire. I've done a lot of stage shows. Paid, too. I am a professional, you know.
Right.
Promise you'll come to one of my shows, okay? Let's see. Oh, and the other person our agency represents is Phoenix Wright, pianist extraordinaire.
Your dad, in other words. Didn't he say he couldn't play the piano?
Our agency doesn't see that as a problem. Why, there are many magicians who can't do magic.
At least you're optimistic, I'll give you that. So you're you're Phoenix Wright's daughter.
That's right. After Daddy quit law 7 years ago, I promised I would keep him fed. So I'm kind of his sugar daddy. Get it?
No.
I'm in charge of this whole office, too. Pretty amazing for a young lass of 15, wouldn't you agree?
15? How old is Mr. Wright?
Daddy? Oh, he's 33 this year.
I'm sure there's a good explanation. I hope. Listen, sometimes an 18-year-old gets someone pregnant, it fucking happens. I agree, MK, it is sweet. About Mr. Wright giving up law. It was because of that incident 7 years ago, wasn't it?
Eh? You know about that?
Not the details. I remember the news, though. It was a big deal.
So I hear. I was too young to understand what was going on. I'll ask Daddy about it next time I get a chance.
Daddy, right. That reminds me, about Mr. Wright. He gave me a call this morning to come in.
Daddy's not here right now. He's in the hospital.
The hospital?
Yeah, he's on strict bed rest until he gets better.
What? Okay, which hospital is Mr. Wright in? I'll pay him a visit. For the record, I think that given all the other insane shit about Iris and her and Phoenix's relationship, I don't think it's out of the question that Trucy is Phoenix and Iris's child. Phoenix was in like an entire relationship with, her name is Iris, right? I'm pretty sure. I know it's a flower. It's Iris and Dahlia, which are both flowers. Phoenix was in an entire fucking relationship with Iris for like years when he was in college, and he didn't know that she wasn't actually her twin sister. Yes, Dahlia was the evil one. Which hospital is Mr. Wright in? I'll pay him a visit. Oh, the Hickfield Clinic. It's quite close. Right. Well, I'll be going now. And I'll, give this showbiz gig some thought, huh?
Wait, I'll go with you.
I think that there's actually an additional character in this game in this case, which I had neglected when I listed all the characters to MK. So, Bram, you're thinking of the Hottie Clinic, Hotti. That is the clinic in the second case of the second game, with the guy with the spurt of pink hair who's a pervert. Oh, and I think he's also in the fourth case in that game. That's the Hottie Clinic. June 15th, 9:45 a.m., Hickfield Clinic. So, this is Mr. Wright's hospital.
Visitors, are you?
Yeah, are you the doctor?
I am. Dr. Hickfield's name.
Good morning, Doctor.
Oh, hi there, Trissy. Cute as ever.
Is this Daddy's room?
Oh, yeah. Sefty's gone for a morning checkup. He'll be back soon. How are you, Miss Trissy? Got any places you'd like, examined?
Doctor. Please stop perving on my daughter. Doctor, if you could stop perving on my teenage daughter. The nurse was looking for you.
Why, if it isn't the daddy of the cutest little thing in the town. Guess I'll be off then. Later, Trissy.
Wow, what an odd bird that guy was. Good morning. Didn't expect you so soon, Apollo. Mr. Wright. Why the fuck are you in the hospital? So, what happened? Who could have imagined it? Me, victim of a hit and run. I keep on... Okay, hear me out. This is the Steel Samurai. This is his arm. It's like his elbow, his other elbow, his legs. This is like his sword in its sheath protruding over the crook of his elbow. But I keep seeing this shape right here, this part, with the loop up top and then the point, and thinking it's the head of Unit 01. Me, the victim of a hit and run. Oh my, no, I have hiccups. Oh shit. You were hit by a car? Oh, he tried to swerve, I'll give him that. Picture me tossed 30 feet through the air, only stopping when my head hit that telephone pole. You hit a telephone pole with your head? Are you okay? Thankfully, my only injury was a sprained ankle. Really is as lucky as they say. Let me present you some shit. I neglected to do that with Trissy. What's that? Looks strangely familiar. How could you not recognize an attorney's badge? It's been 7 years. I've forgotten a lot of things. I guess some 7 years are longer than others. What's that on TV? Looks like some sort of action heroes show. Wouldn't have the word Sentai in English.
Oh, I know that one. That's the Sniffling Samurai. His booger flick attack is a big hit with the grade school crowd.
I had no idea you liked this kind of stuff, Mr. Wright. Well, what else is there to do when you're stuck in bed? Besides, the episodes will just keep piling up if I don't keep up, you know? Yeah, try not buying them. Now is the only time I get to watch and write up my reports. Your reports? It's a long story. Like a lot of things, actually.
Bow, bow.
Mr. Wright's bed, it's really messy.
Look how messy this is. You're just hopeless without me, aren't you, Daddy?
Yikes, she's attempting to clean up, look out! You got me, what can I say? I was raised in a barn. Try not to let word get out, Apollo, if you don't mind. Try not to let word get out about my cute daughter who dotes over me and calls me daddy. Yeah, it might ruin your illustrious career pretending to play the piano. Honestly, Bram, it feels like they would do an old bag cameo in this game. A swaying, spiraling stack of DVD cases. The Steel Samurai, the Nickel Samurai, Pink Princess, the Zappy Samurai, Electric Bugaboo, Boogaloo. They're all children's action hero shows. Wait, which one was it? I don't even know which one it was, actually. It was probably Boogaloo. That's usually what comes after Electric. This kid I know keeps sending them to me. That's right, Bram. Huh, like a niece or nephew? Something like that. More like a young woman in her 20s. Quite the collection. This kid's parents must be really generous with their allowance. Funny, Mr. Wright doesn't seem the type that kids would like. Little toy piano. This looks like a child's toy piano. Gotta practice, wouldn't want my fingers to get stiff. A pro always keeps his weapon close at hand. Shall I play you a tune? No thanks. Ah, how unfortunate. I so rarely get a chance to play.
Daddy, you stuck some grape juice in again? The doctor said you weren't supposed to drink that here.
Trucy, look at the label.
Oh, deep sea mineral water. That's fine, I guess. What the fuck? That doesn't, what, is Phoenix diabetic? Oh my god. Daddy, you know that grape juice is alcoholic.
No, don't worry, it's non-alcoholic grape juice. Oh my god. I switched the labels. Don't tell Trucy, okay? I've actually been drinking straight scotch this entire game. I'm fucking wasted. What can I say? The man loves his grape juice. About Trucy. There's something that, well, it just doesn't sit right. I just can't believe you have a daughter, Mr. Wright. And she's so big, not fat, but you know what I mean. Oh, Trucy's still a child.
Daddy, how many times do I have to remind you? I'm not a child anymore.
But she'll always... Oh, man. You're gonna make me say this in this voice. But you'll always be daddy's little baby girl to me, Trucy. Ah ha ha, my foot. I'm not buying it. Oh, something you should know about Trucy. She's a magician, right? She told me. Not a mere stage magician. She's a genius. Sure, I'll hydrate.
Tee-hee. Aw, Daddy.
You'll soon come to appreciate her talent. Don't say that in quotes, please. You know, you could just tell me things instead of insinuating them. Hi, Pseudo-Natural. Thank you. So, why did you contact me? What could the right talent agency possibly want with me? No need to get prickly now.
Hey, I didn't ask to be dragged in like this. Huh? But didn't you come into the office of your own free will anyway?
It's true, MK. Well, yeah, of course. Help! We're in big trouble here at the office. Big. I thought someone was dying. So you don't think this is big trouble? My talent agency represents only 2 people, and one of them is in the hospital?
That's right, Daddy. How are we gonna pay this month's rent and the groceries?
Hang on, I think I need to send that screenshot that I just took to somebody. Give me a second. Show on disk. Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah, that's the problem with such a tight operation. It's a symbiotic relationship. When one of us falls, the other 2 must fall.
Hey, this isn't exactly a suitable conversation to be having with a 15-year-old kid.
Oh no, don't talk about your financial woes with your teenage daughter. It will spoil her adolescence, question mark? In any case, if Apollo here can't help you, You'll have to transfer to a new school. Again.
No, I can't. I only just made friends. How could you do this to me? To us? Polly? John, what? Now it's my fault?
On that note, how about you come work for us? I've got the perfect client for you already lined up.
A client? You mean I get to do my job? I get to defend in court?
All right, I'll hear what you have to say.
You got him, Daddy. Hook, line, and sinker.
Now it's time to reel him in. It's official. I'm scared.
Apollo must become the breadwinner in this family. All right, so who's the client?
Ah, yes. Here, take a look at the map and I'll explain.
The map?
Last night, I left the office just before 9 o'clock. I was going to that Indochine, I think? I was going to that Indochine pasta joint, Alden Tay's. I play piano there, of course. That's when it happened. The car sent me flying, nicked a telephone pole, and zoomed away. Creepy, huh? Indochine? Really, MK? Just a tad. It's almost as creepy as hearing you tell the story like it was no big deal. Car sped off in this direction. So good luck.
Huh?
You wanted a client, didn't you? Well, I'm your client. Find the guy who knocked me into that telephone pole.
Hold on, I'm a defense attorney, not a detective.
Don't worry. Once you've found the guy, I intend to sue him. Then you can stick it to him in court.
I'm not a prosecutor either.
You're a lawyer. You can still sue someone in private court, in civil court, rather.
I'm sorry, but this is crazy. I'm going home.
Don't get so worked up. It was just a joke.
Huh? Oh, Daddy. Sorry, Apollo. He just loves jokes, you know. Even the ones that aren't very funny.
Your real client should be stopping by the office any time now.
The office? You mean the talent agency? No harm in going. It's not like I have anything else to do.
One more thing. Do look into my accident too, would you? I marked the scene of the tragedy on this map.
People Park.
It's right in front of this park. Should be easy to find.
So, he's gonna make me investigate this after all. Map added to the court record. Unfortunately, you can't present people's profiles in this one, so I can't say, tell me about your daughter. I mean, I already did say it, but you know what I mean. June 15th, 10:05 a.m., Right Talent Agency. Hey! How long you planning on making me wait, eh? Ah, good morning. I think that was the right voice. I think I know what character this is. Oh no, it was not the right voice. Fuck. Okay, sorry. It was this guy.
Hey there, Trilogy. Sounds like your pops had a bit of a rough spot, eh?
All's well that ends well, I guess. This is our client?
Hey, who that Paula fella, huh?
Oh, yes. The name's Apollo.
Look at him there, arms all cross-legged, ready to fight.
Yes, sir. You don't mean that literally, do you?
The boss told you what I need, right? Don't let me down now, Paula.
Don't worry about your defense, sir. I'm on it.
Defense? Your noodle half-cooked? It's too late for defense. My castle's been stormed, my cube's been kept, my noodle stand's been stolen.
Noodle? That's right, this is the burger vendor. So, folks, in the original Phoenix Wright games, Phoenix and Maya go out for ramen after their victories, because ramen is a affordable fast food in Japan. However, they didn't feel like preserving that in the localization, so in the American version they go out for burgers. This introduces a problem when you meet the character who owns the ramen stand that Phoenix and Maya go to. Noodle? You know Mr. Aldoon from the noodle stand, don't you, Polly? No nicknames, please. No, of course I don't know him.
You know in these parts?
Not really.
Then you know the best noodles in town, Aldoon's Noodles.
Yeah, whose noodles?
My noodles. Help me out here, Crusadal.
This is Mr. Guy Eldoon, our client. Maybe you can tell us what the problem is, Mr. Eldoon.
Anything for you, Trucidal?
Call for a doll. Who's this guy? Who the fuck is this asshole? No, don't leave.
Yeehaw, attaboy!
Wow, I just gave him a southern accent incidentally, but then he actually went yeehaw. R-beat, because that's not his hair, it's Noodles.
Yeehaw, attaboy, way to flash 'em. Old Phoenix used to do that to my pops all the time.
Your father?
Yep, he'd whip that bad boy out and say, put it on my tab. You know I'm good for it.
A tab at a noodle joint?
Sorry, fella, but the only business I'm concerned with is my business. You gotta help me out, get my business back.
Who's this guy? So, you run a noodle stand, Mr.
Eldoon, Guy Eldoon's the name, and noodles are my game. The secret's in the soup. I've been searching for the perfect soup for a year and a half.
Oh, that's not that long, really.
My family's been noodle men for generations. Got a lot of expectation on my shoulders. 15 fathers passing the noodle to 15 sons.
That's a pretty old noodle.
And fool that I was, I pushed it away. I rebelled against my pops and I picked another livelihood, but that didn't turn out so well.
Oh.
There was no denying it. Salty broth runs through these veins, boy!
So, it was like destiny that you become what you are.
Right, destiny's the word. Oh, I thought it. But in the end, I was bound by the twisted noodle of fate.
Not a mental image I care to linger on. Yes, Brad.
So last year, I started my noodle stand. The 15th generation of Eldoon's noodles.
Yeah, so tell me more about Eldoon's noodles.
You don't know the genius that are my noodles? I make them so salty, why they're saltier than salt.
Now I really don't want to find out.
Daddy's a regular at his noodle stand.
He frequented my pops' stand back during his attorney days, too. Yep, him and his assistant.
I'm sorry. I'll be sure to drop by your stand soon.
Wish you could, sonny.
Eh?
Heck, I wish I could. I'd give anything for a bowl by now.
What do you mean?
It was stolen. My stand gone.
Stolen?
It was last night. I was doing my rounds, blowing my whistle.
I love his shitty, low-quality MIDI harmonica clip.
It's like an ice cream truck's bell, but louder. He even gets complaints.
Now you're just trying to butter me up.
Sounded more like the blues than a whistle.
I closed up my stand for the night and parked by the house. Then this morning, dark and early, it was gone. My keep, my castle. Woo!
I love that. That sprite is so great with the little jiggle from the noodles. Maybe some bum carted it off? Just guessing here.
Well, I don't care who did it. That stand, I'm finished. Oh, my noodle bowls were in there too.
That's the saddest thing I've heard all day. Your dad got hit by a car.
You know it. Anyhow, that's the deal. Good luck.
Good. Huh? Wait, what exactly is your request?
My noodle stand. Find it. And the day you bring my baby back is the day you feast on as many noodles as you want. Of course, I make it so hot and salty 2 bowls would kill a man. Then I'd really need a defense.
Speaking of defense, that's what I do. I'm a lawyer, not a detective. Fucking Ace Attorney in a nutshell.
This is where I live. You drop by if you need any info, okay? Eldoon's house. Men, burgers may come easily to women, but men live by an ironclad code of noodles. Get it back today if you can, Paula. I got cookies to make.
Cookies, noodles, Jesus Christ, Tess, would you read the dialogue? Okay, I need to do the thing now where I fuck up, and so I render myself only partially opaque. Things have certainly... Oh, that's me, actually. Things have certainly taken a turn for the bizarre. Traffic accidents and noodle stand thieves. So that just happened.
Actually, there was something I wanted to ask you about too, Apollo.
Huh? I have a bad feeling about this.
Listen to the lady's problem now. Don't be cruel.
Alright, I'll be big. I'll be real.
I lost something last night. That is, something was stolen.
Hey, what's this? More thieving and skullduggery?
Well, someone stole a pair of my panties.
Panties? So they were, stolen.
My panties, yes.
Right. Panties.
That's a crying shame, that is, Trucidal.
I was alone in the office last night. I had hung my panties out the window there to dry. When a thief came and took them, my favorite panties. I ran after him. "Give those back," I shouted. "Wait!"
Well, that was certainly brave of you.
But I lost him. Without those panties, I don't know what I'll do.
A darn crying shame, yep. This makes it sound like it's him.
Well, at least the scene of the crime is convenient.
I'll mark it on your map. I'll be heading home now. Remember, find my stand or there's an empty bowl in your future, Paula.
Right.
And you help out Trucidal here, too, you hear?
We have 3 quests, none of which are criminal defenses.
Things have certainly picked up, haven't they? We had no work yesterday, and now we have 3 cases.
I guess?
Let's see where we stand.
Not in a courtroom, that's where. Well, the first item on our list.
Phoenix Wright, Daddy's hit-and-run accident. We have to find the one who hit him.
Who's gonna pay us for this again?
And the second item, Mr. Aldoon's request to find his stolen stand.
For which we stand to gain a bowl of rusty, for which we stand to gain a bowl of salty noodles.
And the last request is mine, to find my stolen panties.
The bowl of noodles is looking better and better.
Let's go, Polly, to the streets.
Aren't you enthusiastic?
How could I not be? Let's crack the cases, you and me.
Guess we might as well get started. Let's see, a hit and run, stolen stand, last but not least, stolen panties. Let's start at the scene of the accident. June 15th, accident scene. So this is where Mr. Wright got hit by that car.
According to the map, this is the place.
A huge mansion.
Apollo, there's a nice-looking lady over there. Let's question her.
Okay. I'm a little curious about the park over there, too. It seems like there's maybe a criminal investigation happening for which I could be hired as a defense attorney. I don't know if that's Wendy.
Excuse me, can we have a few words with you?
Hang on, let me practice this lady's voice before I take a shot at it.
You want something?
Oh, she's supposed to have a husky voice? Too bad. I'm giving her my rendition of Estelle Harris as George Costanza's mother.
That's quite a house you've got there. You must have a lot of money. Oh, money sounds like something my son would call his friends. This is the Kitaki family mansion, little girl. You, kid with the hair, you want something?
Yeah, me? No, not a thing. Bye.
Apollo, we can't leave without questioning her. What if she knows something?
Yeah, no, she doesn't really have big boobs. But the Kitaki family, they're the biggest organized crime syndicate in town. Player? Oh, fuck yes.
If you're gonna ask something, ask it. If you're man enough.
Ah! Right.
Yay! Way to whip him into shape, man.
She know no fear.
I'm Plum Kitaki, wife of the 4th head of the Kitaki family business. Friends call me Little Plum.
I'm Little Apollo Justice, attorney at law. If looks could kill, this woman would be a mass murderer by now. Let's investigate. How do I go over it? Oh, it's the stick now instead of the bumpers. Hi. You need a voice. I couldn't think of a voice for you. I was really hoping that you wouldn't appear until tomorrow. Who's that? She's looking at the park. She's pretty. I bet she has a story, you know? There is something about her. Too bad she seems to be in a bit of a rush. Fingers crossed she doesn't say anything today. Yes, okay. Wow, what a big house! And the gate is so big. The Kataki family is pretty big around these parts.
I like the fox. It's so cute. Ah, that's our family crest from the old country.
Italy. Your family crest?
We're clever as a fox, and our teeth are sharp.
So it's like a motto. You need a crest too, Apollo. Ooh, how about the scales of justice? Or a lunar lander? I'll pass, thanks. What's all this then? There's paint splashed all over this gate. What a mess. Was this paint knocked over by the car that hit my daddy?
That's right. And I'm left to clean up the mess. If you find whoever did this, bring the scoundrel by, would ya?
Of course! Then you can make them clean up their own mess.
You are cute. Naive, but cute. When I find whoever did this, you can bet I'll be doing some cleaning. There's nothing I dislike so much as a mess.
Ooh, I wish I could say cool things like that.
I'll bet you do.
I'd laugh if my teeth weren't chattering so hard. A brightly painted dragon. Why do I get the feeling he's glaring at me? Those paints must have been to repaint this wall.
That's right. I called in an artist to do the job right. He's the third so far.
Third?
The first spilled paint all over the entrance here. The second on my kimono. So why?
No, don't tell me. It's better that I don't know. Personally, I'm a little more interested in this park. You know what I think? I bet they're filming a movie. Let's go take a look. Maybe we'll see someone famous.
Hey, miss, stay out of the park.
He got mad at me. Yeah, did something happen here, officer?
Huh? No. Move along, nothing to see. Why don't you kids go play someplace else?
We're not kids and we're not playing. I'm an attorney.
Something wrong. Now, do I have the right voice here?
Yes! Detective Sky, we're fine, ma'am. Nothing to report.
What? Detective? Why is she wearing a lab coat? You're hardly one to comment on how people are dressed. And these kids are?
Curiosity seekers, ma'am. They claim to be lawyers.
Why don't you kids run along and play someplace else?
Look, we're not.
Or I might spill something on that pretty face of yours. Want a dose of experimental hydroxy? God damn you. Hydroxy. I'm not even sure that you can put those prefixes together in chemistry. She looks like Marie from Evangelion. Please, pseudo-natural. I like this character. Don't say that.
Come again?
What's hydroxide stuff? Whatever it is, it doesn't sound good. Let's go, Trucy. Try to keep out the riffraff if you would.
Yes, ma'am.
So, good news, bad news. We get to see Emma Skye again, which is nice. I do like her. She's a fun character. Bad news is no Gumshoe in this one. I'm sorry. One of the cases is a flashback, I believe, or at least features a flashback, and Gumshoe might be in that one. I don't remember. Ugh,
How are we gonna get more information like this?
Why don't we ask that nice woman across the street?
Oh, yes, that nice woman. I gotta say, I'd really like to know what happened here. Hey, I said no one goes in! Unless you want a face full of hydroxyl or whatever. No dice. There's a big trash can on the way into the park. I guess we could check it out.
A detective's life sure is a hard one.
I'm an attorney, actually. Huh?
2 pieces of garbage with paint on them.
These are slippers. They look like those slippers you get at the hospital.
Look at this, Apollo. Doesn't this go on a car?
It's a side view mirror. Looks like it was torn off when it smacked into something. Or someone.
Wait, you don't think?
I do. This could be from the car that hit Mr. Wright.
Wow, and he took off its mirror? I never knew Daddy was so strong. I only have room in my pocket for one of these, though. Which do you want to take?
Let's start with the slippers. Slippers crammed into pocket. What do you mean you only have room for one? The court record is infinitely large. Looks like there's some trouble by the park gate.
I smell an incident.
Ma'am, there's no entry to the park.
Now don't you tell me where I can go, young fella. I always walk through this park on my way home.
Please get down from there. You'll hurt yourself, ma'am. That's quite the determined old lady. She has a leak. Look, she has a leak.
You know, I did get kind of a leak spin vibe from this music.
People Park. Kind of an odd name for such an empty place.
I wonder why it's named that. Hey, there's something written on the gatepost.
Huh? Oh yeah, it says, donated by Big Wins Kitaki.
You mean the Kitaki family built this park?
Big Wins?
It's so nice of them to give to the community like that.
Let's not get too friendly with them, shall we? A gangster building a park? Odd move for a crime boss. No, I'm sure it was like a tax haven or something.
Okay, I think we've examined everything, and now I will present my 3 pieces of evidence to Plum.
Sorry, kid. I got no idea what you're talking about.
Ditto and ditto. Okay.
The Kitakis.
Little Plum? That's a really cute name for someone so...
Yes?
Whoa!
Oh, whoa!
What is it, Apollo?
How about you go through me when talking to her, okay, Trucy?
Huh? That seems like a bit of a needless procedure.
I'm a lawyer. I live for needless procedures.
Oh, little girl, you should know. We're gangsters.
Thanks? Oh, that means you're the bad guys.
Trucy, through me, please! I'm begging you here!
The bad guys. I like the sound of that.
I'm gonna need some warm tea after this.
It takes a lot of hard work to protect a family fortune. Things aren't as easy as they used to be for us bad guys.
So, you're saying that business is in a slump?
Let's not ask about business if we can help it, please. So, there was supposedly a car accident here last night.
Last night.
Of course you wouldn't know anything about it. Sorry to bother you.
Wait,
Yes?
you're talking about that man, aren't you? The one who flew 30 feet and just walked away? That's my daddy! I should have known. One of our capos thought he'd make a great point man.
Capo? Point man? Could you avoid using too much industry lingo?
In any case, it's been nothing but trouble. I've been cleaning up this mess since morning.
Pah! Cleaning up this paint? Was this paint spilled at the time of the accident?
It was around 9 last night. I heard a crashing noise and found your father drowning in a sea of paint.
It's getting into... The way I said father made me think of, Barry and I have a bit. So,
You guys know the episode of Family Guy where Brian gets hit by a car and killed? After a commercial break, Chris is like, I can't believe it's true. And Lois goes, it is true, Chris. Our dog, Brian Griffin, is dead. Barry and I have a variation of this bit where instead of Brian being killed by a car, Peter is sent to the Shadow Realm. It is true, Chris. Your father, Peter Griffin, has been trapped in the Shadow Realm. And then Peter's like, Lois, on the VHS screen.
So you came to his rescue? You've my husband, the boss, to thank for that.
Thank you, Stream Elements. It's true. MK told me I should get a new CPU, so I'm raising money for one. Please, 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 guys, if you like the stream, please.
The car that hit your father knocked over this paint and turned the corner and sped away. We're in the middle of repainting our wall, you see.
I'm sure that dragon is glaring at me.
But why are you out here cleaning it up? What do you mean?
I mean, aren't you a gangster? Don't you have any goons to do your dirty work for you?
Please go through me when you want to.
Don't be such a stiff, lawyer boy. I suppose we gangsters do have a certain image.
Yes, but we're community-oriented gangsters, you see.
The boss likes to give back to the people, see?
How noble of him.
I availed myself of the public facilities to get rid of all the garbage. Now there's just the paint on the street to deal with.
Public facilities. I wonder if she means that trash can. Can I ask you a question?
What?
What happened in the park across the street?
Oh, yes, quite the commotion. Chicago lightning, as the boss would say.
Chicago? Huh?
Gunfire. Someone was killed. Strange circumstances, too.
You're kidding!
What a morning. Trouble everywhere. The park, the gate, even our house.
Did something happen at your house, too?
A crime without honor, without remorse.
Don't jerk me around.
Standard Hunter, thank you so much for the $50 donation. Yay, yay.
It's a private matter. Want to hear about it?
Somehow I don't think no is an acceptable answer, Polly. Thank you so much, Standard Hunter. Thank you, thank you. So, what happened at your house?
Luma's last night.
Huh? I got a bad feeling about this.
Me, little Plum Kataki, the victim of a panty snatcher.
What? So it wasn't just my panties that were stolen?
Got you too, did they, poor thing? Like I said, whoever did this is a hardened criminal. It wasn't you, was it?
No, of course not.
I've heard word that panties have been disappearing lately. And the missing panties all have something in common.
It's hard to imagine Trucy's and Miss Kataki's panties having very much in common. Thank you, Standard Hunter. I will have treats. Pseudo-natural. Let me check the link that MK sent me. It's a good question. All right, here we go. AMD Ryzen 7 5700X3D 8-core 16-thread desktop processor. Presumably someone in the audience will know what that means. It's hard to imagine Trucy's and Mrs. Kataki's panties having much in common. I just imagine Mrs. Kataki's panties. Well,
I know. We'll find your bloomers, too. Great. Show me what you're made of.
What have you gotten me into this time, Trucy? Oh no, don't say something, please. Don't make me pick a fucking voice for you. I wasn't ready! That girl from before.
Oh, welcome home, sweetie.
Hello, Mother. She's a Kataki too?
Miss?
Question mark?
Here, our flyer.
Right? Anything agency?
Anything agency?
Yeah, do you like the new flyer? So, this is our defense attorney, Mr. Apollo Justice.
Attorney?
Drop by our office. We'll be waiting.
Goodbye. I don't know if I noticed her yellow eyeshadow under the wing when I played this on the DS. Why did you give her our flyer?
I don't know. She seemed like she could use some help.
She's the heiress to a gangster dynasty. She doesn't need our help.
I wouldn't be so sure.
And unfortunately, I do not have a profile for her to present to Plum to get any information about her. So I guess we'll just leave now. June 15th, scene of the stand theft. So, what's this place?
This would be Mr. Eldoon's house, silly.
Oh, so this is where his stand was stolen from. Hang on, I'm sorry. Point of order. Fuck, what did I just do? Oh no. Is that Robbie Rotten? It's like literally exactly Robbie Rotten. Hey! Oh great, another two-part screen.
Look, there's a police car parked over there.
What do you mean no? That literally looked identical to Robbie Rotten! Fuck, the screen changed. You're right, what's with the sparkly entrance? What is this place, a hospital? Maractus Clinic. Ah, a Greek. 3 shots for the price of 1. There's a sign, Maractus Clinic. Isn't that a Pokemon?
Huh. Oh, that's where the thief went.
The thief?
The one who snatched my panties. He ran into this clinic last night. You're the jerk who was staring at my panties. Hey, what do you mean by that? You're the one who was flashing them, you know. Wait, maybe that police car is here to find my panties.
Can we get the character to say panties a few more times?
I doubt it. Well, there's only one way to be sure. Let's investigate.
There you are, Sonny. Well, you find anything yet?
No, not yet. That is Robbie Rotten. You guys are insane to say that that guy is not identical to Robbie Rotten. He has the same sideburns, he has the same hair, he has the same eyebrows. That is just Robbie Rotten.
The longer you loaf around here, the saltier your victory bowl gets. Just remember that.
This bowl of noodles is sounding less like payment and more like punishment. Looks fucking identical to Robbie Rotten. That's quite a sign. I take it that's no as opposed to old? What? It doesn't look anything like it says old. This is a failure in localization.
Ah, you like it? Made it myself, I did. I meant to write noodles, but ran out of space.
Prior planning prevents poor performance.
Lucky for me, it spells a word all by itself, and spruces up my image, it does.
It does have a certain power of willful denial thing going for it. Oh, new as in old. New as contrasted from old, I see. It looks like the oil drum is connected to that sink over here.
Collecting rainwater to do the dishes. How environmentally conscious.
You don't think he uses rainwater to cook his noodles and to make the broth, do you?
Oh, I'm sure he finds the best water money can buy. Taste is his business, you know. Look, that sign over there.
Eldoon's only uses water from all natural sources. I think I'll take a rain check on eating here. There's a handwritten sign here. Save the light.
Save the light indeed. Mr. Eldoon's house is practically in the dark here.
I guess the hospital clinic next door blocks the sunlight.
Everything's gone wrong since they built this monstrosity. Broth needs sun or it rots. What's a man to do? They just want my customers to get food poisoning so they can turn a pretty profit.
That seems like a lot of trouble to go through for a few extra patients.
This house is, well, it's old.
It's been well loved, that's for sure. I've lived here with my wife for many— he has a wife for many years now. It's got character, though, just like my soup.
I always thought character was a positive thing.
That's the place, right there. That's where I kept my stand, covered all nice and pretty with that blue tarp there.
So you use this plastic sheet to cover your stand at night? I see.
You see? What?
Did you figure out why it was stolen? Well, no, but it does suggest that the thief knew what he or she was looking for. They clearly knew what was under that sheet.
So it wasn't one of those casual drive-by stand snatchers, you mean? Not bad, sonny boy, not bad at all.
Doggy, doggy, how did I miss doggy? Oh, they won't let me examine Robbie Rotten. It's literally just Robbie Rotten. I guess he does have like a Hitler mustache.
Look, a doggy. Good boy, Salty.
I'm sure the dog has a real name, Trucy.
Yep, sure does. Name's Spoon, and it's a she, by the way.
Spoon doesn't seem so ganky.
She didn't get her bowl of salted broth this morning, that's why. Poor little thing.
Apollo, let's find that sand soon, for Spoon's sake.
I'm pretty sure dogs aren't supposed to eat noodles.
Bow, bow.
Ah, the bowl. No, Todd, I don't think that you should. Is this yours, Mr. Eldoon?
Hey, that there's the heart and soul of Eldoon's noodles. You'll notice it's a different shape from the one I wear on my head for some reason. The bowl absorbs my salty soup. Pretty soon, it's gonna taste just like noodles.
Wow, it does smell like noodles.
Oh, my other bowls got taken away with my stamp. Get it back for me, sonny boy, I'm begging you.
Bowl added to the court record. Custom-made Eldoon's Noodles bowl, decorated with the Eldoon's Noodles mascot. Well, I've got to find out what that is now. Can I not examine the slippers?
Ooh, look, I love these little personal touches.
Seems like a shame to hide it on the bottom of the bowl. Huh? When I touched it, the paint flaked off.
You must have painted it on by hand with warm professional care.
After buying the cheapest paint he could find with cold professional thrift.
It's the Eldoon's Noodles mascot, Mr. Salty. He's so cute.
It's not a very endearing mascot, is it?
You know,
Come to think of it, it looks a lot like you, Apollo. Especially the red parts. Can I help it if I like red? That's my character trait, red. So your stand, Eldoon's Noodles, was it?
Ah, passed down from father to son. That stand's seen its share of salt. Mm-hmm. Salt runs in the family, I might say.
I bet high blood pressure does too. So, your stand, Eldoon's Noodles, was stolen.
Oh, it wasn't just the stand that was stolen, sonny boy. I lost those wobbly wheels, my salt-crusted stew pot, my stained sign. I didn't just lose a stand, I lost a legend.
no one steals a legend and gets away with it on my watch. See also my panties. Let's find that legend, Apollo.
Isn't it about time he bought a new one anyway? Are there any more details you could give me about the stand?
You bet, sonny boy. It happened last night. I was blowing my whistle like always, crying the town I was. The smell of broth filled the streets thick and salty. I got home, well, right before 10 p.m., I reckon.
Guess he's not aiming for that late night market.
I washed my bowls and gave the wheels a squirt of grease. Then I went inside.
When did you notice it had been stolen?
Early this morning, before the sun rose. Work starts early.
That many people eat noodles for breakfast?
I'm washed up on the salty shores of ruination. That stand had my whole life in it. Nay, my whole being.
They took everything?
All my soup stock, my noodles, my bowls, and my dreams.
At least they left one bowl. Look, there on the ground.
If you don't find that stand today, then I'll be forced to walk the streets peddling that bowl. My last bowl.
Please, I'm under enough pressure here as it is.
That's it. That's where the thief who snatched my panties ran to. It's a crying shame, that is. If they have to steal, make it my loincloth, not some pretty girl's panties.
Loincloth is an interesting word. I wonder if it's... What is it? Fundoshi? The weird little, like, wrap loincloth that they do in Japan? Fundoshi is the traditional Japanese undergarment, yeah. I'm guessing that's what it was originally. Unless he just, like, lives like a caveman and wears a loincloth. The garage, right. You don't think the thief lives there, do you?
Fair. I wouldn't put it past that good-for-nothing doctor.
Apollo Justice Trilogy is the one with the teenage protag. Apollo is not a teenager. But we don't have a profile for him, so we don't know how old he actually is. But he is a lawyer. He is a law school graduate. Trucy is a teenager, but Maya was a teenager in the original games, and she was Phoenix's assistant. A suspicious-looking fellow, though he apparently is Mr. Wright's physician. Proprietor of the noodle stand El Dunes Noodles, once stolen stand found. Wife to the 4th Kataki family boss, busy cleaning up paint spilled by her front gate. Mysterious woman encountered outside People Park. She seems confused. Detective in a white lab coat, apparently in an extremely touchy mood. God, she is cute.
I wouldn't put it past that good-for-nothing doctor.
Do I detect a little animosity here?
Let's make sure to check out that garage thoroughly.
I see, thank you, Just.
That doorway sure is sparkly.
The Maractus Clinic, huh? It's more like a casino parlor than a hospital. It must be quite profitable.
Funny, it looks closed. Maybe they're on vacation today.
Looks like they have a special offer going on.
3 shots for the price of 1. Ooh, that's our chance, Apollo.
Just for what? I don't need any shots, thank you. Whoever runs this clinic, they seem pretty business-minded. I'd understand if there was an ambulance outside, but a police car?
Maybe they're tax evaders.
Sorry, miss. No going into the clinic today.
Did something happen?
Huh? Nope. Nothing to see here. Move along. You'll have to find someplace else to play doctor. We look like the right age to be playing doctor? We need a little more info on this Maractus Clinic.
We could ask Mr. Eldoon. He is their neighbor, after all. And we should check out that garage. What if the thief who stole my panties is still in there? Hey, do you think something happened next door? There's a police car out front.
Probably gave someone food poisoning, I'll bet.
If anyone's at risk of giving someone food poisoning.
That police car got here this morning, actually. I asked what they were up to, but they wouldn't even tell me. They wouldn't even tell me, the neighbor. Not that I was surprised much. That doctor works for the wrong crowd. It was just a matter of time before he got what was coming to him.
The wrong crowd.
Never you mind about that.
And I can't present people's profiles to him, so I can't ask him about, for example, Plum. Maractus Clinic Garage. Look at that cartoon skeleton. Oh my god, who drew that? Are you shitting me? June 15th, Maractus Clinic Garage.
This is the place. This is where that panty snatcher ran.
Are you sure?
Maybe. Let's look for clues. Clues to a panty snatching. Clues like a pair of panties.
Trucy, could you try not saying panties so many times? There's something about this car.
Let's take a closer look.
Look, a cell phone.
Someone dropped it beneath this tire. If the car moved, it would be crushed for sure.
I wonder if it belongs to the doctor here.
We should bring it to him later.
Cell phone added to the court record. Found in the Maractus Clinic beneath a car. Who could have dropped it? Let's go into the court record. Let me look at this fucking thing. Cute, cute.
Look at this cute little watch strap. I want one.
It's kind of odd, though.
What is?
I mean, if you wanted to know the time, you could just look at the phone instead.
Hey, you're right. Sharp, Apollo.
Thanks. Finally, some respect.
So what does that tell you?
Well, the owner of this phone doesn't think through the details, for one.
They did drop their phone after all. I kind of figured they were a little spacey already.
Oh, good point.
That's right, Trot.
Also, can I examine this even though I did not pick up the side view mirror, rather, from the trash can?
Hey, look at that!
The mirror's been broken off. Now this is a clue.
What? You're smiling like you know something I don't. You aren't keeping a clue from me, are you, Polly?
A clue? Let's see. No, I don't have any evidence about this.
No? Then what were you smiling about?
Oh, I wasn't smiling. It was just the dust in here. I thought I was gonna sneeze.
Well, don't make faces like that. Achoo! Are so misleading, then.
I know yawns are contagious, but sneezes?
Well, I'm sure there's got to be a clue somewhere. Let's keep checking things out.
There's a kitty. Oh shit, there's also something stuffed in the fucking exhaust. Was Dr. Maractus trying to kill himself? That reminds me. I once read a record of a case that Mr. Wright worked on many years ago. Apparently, there was this car with a piece of cloth shoved into the tailpipe. That piece of cloth turned out to be a vital clue to solving the case.
Wow!
I remember that case record whenever I'm checking out a car, and I always check the tailpipe.
Everyone's got to have a hobby, I guess.
Wouldn't it be funny if... Hey! There's something in here!
What?
Wait a second. Are these your...
Ah! My panties!
What? Already?
Wow, thank you, Apollo. You're a genius. Amazing.
No, really, don't mention it.
No, I'm serious. I'm really impressed. You must have a nose for finding girls' panties.
As you can see, they're more of the bloomer variety than the, like, scanty variety. What are those?
My little panties, of course.
Fuck off! Fuck off with this dialogue!
My little panties, of course. They've come home to Mama. I can't wait to use them.
You're gonna put them on now?
Watch closely now. See? Nothing in the panties. Ta-da!
Whoa! Where'd that come from? How did that bowl get in your panties?
My panties are an extra-dimensional space. Anything can fit in there. Sailor. They're my magic panties. It's one of my best tricks.
Magic panties?
They love them over at the Wonder Bar. I do shows there nightly.
You mean those panties are a prop? You could have told me a little sooner! Trucy's panties put discreetly away in Trucy's pocket. Well, that's one case closed, at least.
What are you saying? We still have to catch the sly devil that ran off with the tool of my trade.
Oh, right. Something tells me we're not finished searching this garage anyway. Except I don't have the rear view mirror. It's actually the side. There's something about this car. No, don't take a closer look. No, don't put me back in this venue. No! Okay.
Hey, someone's there! Oh, it's just a gold-painted human skeleton.
Just a human skeleton? And painted gold?
There's a mannequin hand waving to us from the box behind the skeleton. This place just screams hospital storage, don't you think?
It screams something, that's for sure. Play a cat sound effect. Play a cat sound effect. Play a really shitty meow.
Hey, a kitty cat. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty.
Yes!
It's not coming down.
We do look kind of suspicious, you have to admit.
It's okay, kitty cat. His hair won't hurt you.
It's okay, kitty cat. She won't make you disappear in her hat. Look, it's a folding ladder.
Polly, that's called a step ladder. Come on.
A step ladder? How's that different from a regular ladder, then? It's a much more complex piece of machinery. It's like two ladders stuck together. So you admit that basically it's a ladder, right? Wait, huh? You have to look past the form at the essence of the thing. Can we talk about something else? Don't click on the car. Okay. It's the ladder that's stepped up. Time to get the rearview mirror. There's a side view mirror with some paint on it in this trash can. I can only carry one thing at a time in my pocket, you know. What a flimsy pretext for making you choose between those two. That reminds me. Paint. It's not letting me fucking click on it. It only wants me to look at the wires and not the paint. It's cut clean off. I wonder what's in there. Don't. There are bare wires hanging out. Let's see. Are you okay? Just a little joke. Don't scare me like that. You mean don't shock you? Zap. Not allowed to look at the paint. You know what I am allowed to look at? I would wear these as like my bottoms during a clown stream. Something the matter? I was just wondering if there was like a switch on these. Of course not! Huh, mysterious. Oh, do you want to know the secret of my panties? No thanks! Who uses magic panties in a stage show anyway? You know, call me crazy, but I think they might have untoward motivations for having Trucy talk about her panties functionally nonstop for the entire first full case of this game. Okay, I can go back to the Hickfield Clinic if I want. There's something about this car. Hey, look at that! The mirror's been broken off. Now this is a clue. What? You're smiling like you know something I don't. You aren't keeping a clue from me, are you, Polly? A clue? Let's see. I think I do have just the clue you've got in mind. Take that! My clue is this! Whoa, it's the same color and size and everything. A perfect match. I guess we could check it out. Two pieces of garbage with paint on them. Look at this, Apollo. Doesn't this go on a car? It's a side view mirror. Yes, Gabe, I remember this sequence. I just did this. Looks like it was torn off when it smacked into something. Or someone. Well, looks like we've just solved a case. So the car that hit Daddy last night is sitting right here in front of us. Yep. Wow, you put the pro in professional, Apollo. Gee, thanks, Trucy. Apollo? What is it? Now that we've solved this case, we should go report to Daddy. He'll mope if we leave him alone too long, knowing him. Okay. He doesn't seem the type to mope, though. This is hardly a case worth reporting. You found the guy who hit him with his car. That seems worth reporting. Before I do that, I am going to swap to the slippers, because I suspect... Update! June 15th, Kataki Mansion. Little Plum's not here. She's not finished cleaning, huh? Maybe she went to get a paint scraper?
Okay, who's the wise guy who spit gum out on the street?
Her voice carries all the way out to the street from the inside of the mansion. She's a neat freak. How cute!
You there! It was you, wasn't it? Fess up! I hope you've said your prayers. You're gonna need them.
Trucy, let's leave now. Huh? There's a big wastebasket by the park entrance. Huh? You aren't gonna search through the trash. I don't think we need to. Oh no, please, knock yourself out. Don't mind me, I'll be waiting over here. Just so we're clear, searching through trash isn't a hobby of mine, okay? It's true, Persephone. Presumably the DS has better audio fidelity. What, you want to see him again? Well, if you must. No, I'm fine, really. Let's just put them away, shall we? Case closed. What are you talking about? The case isn't closed until we have our thief. Just find him on the side. Just find him on the side while you work on the other cases. If it were that easy, we wouldn't need the police. If we don't need the police, then we don't need defense attorneys either, right? Fine, I'll look for your panty snatcher. Well, do we have any leads? One moment. It's true, viewer, thank you. MK told me, MK is encouraging me to buy a new CPU, so I made it a donation goal. And all the money I have in this entire world comes from this stream. So I'd be super grateful if you were able to donate. Yeah, Bremy? One moment. Alakazam! Alakazing! Whoa, where'd all this evidence come from? So what happens next? That's it. Pretty neat, huh? Yeah, neat. Pickfield Clinic. It's kind of annoying that the slippers were literally useless. I assumed that you'd bring the slippers because they're like hospital slippers. You'd bring them to the clinic and get some information that way. Yo, how goes it? Daddy, how do you feel? Not bad, Trucy, not bad. Good to have you youngins on the case. Let's old Daddy-O get some well-deserved R&R. The elderly need their rest. He's 33! Yeah, we've cleared up most of the cases. I was right about you. Competent, capable, very red. Tell me what you found out, if you wanna. Your enthusiasm is overwhelming. Well, I certainly didn't expect you back this early. Polly's amazing. He found my panties so quick. Almost like he was the one who stole them. You have an interesting concept of praise. And? Did you find the mad driver who gave me that 30-foot toss? Apparently, it was a doctor from the Maractus Clinic. Maractus, huh? I've heard of him. Nothing good, mind you. That reminds me, a police car was parked outside the clinic. Maybe something happened? What is this Maractus Clinic, anyway? Yes, pseudo-natural. They revoked his license, and the first case pretty much just tells you that it was because he used forged evidence. All I've heard are the rumors. That clinic's been making good money. In a bad way. Bad? Ties to organized crime. The Kentucky family. The Kitaki family? He did that on purpose. Some injuries you can't take to a public hospital, see? They use the Maractus Clinic for their patch-up jobs. Interesting. It looked like something had happened in that park. A body was found there in unusual circumstances. Something more unusual than being dead? That's not unusual. Bodies are dead all the time. It's not our concern in any case. Right, let's ignore that and find that noodle stand. Never happened a professional curiosity. Thanks, really. If I get tired of sleeping, maybe I'll head down to this Maractus place. Maybe hit him up for some reparations. A little legal action would do me some good. I was wondering, when do I get paid? We solved the case of your accident and found a missing article of clothing. My panties! That leaves the noodle stand. Feel free to drop in if you get stuck. I'd be happy to help with anything not involving money. Goodbye, quid pro quo. Hello, pro bono. Ugh. Right, back to the office to plan our next move. Look, my panties! They came home to Mama! Oh my god, Jesus. Thanks, Apollo. I was worried about him too. Trucy special order days. Startling display of parental concern. I'd hate to have to buy a new pair. Ugh. Make that a not-so-startling display of cheapskatedness. I wonder how many more times I can say panties over the course of this stream. So this was the thing that led you to the car. Yes, sir! The mirror you knocked off was just the clue we needed! Good work, Apollo. Of course, you might say, I was the one who made solving that case possible. You don't get points for knocking off a car mirror. Thank you, RB. June 15th, Write Anything Agency. It's Look Who It Is. You're the woman from the Kataki place.
Yes.
I knew it. Something's the matter and you want our help, right? Well, you've come to the right place. This way, please.
Thank you. My name is Alita Tiala. I have a request.
That's not what that is, Duke Vulture. Your request, let me guess, something's been stolen?
Your flyer, it says now defending, so I thought...
What? You mean, you mean you want me to defend you? Me?
Maybe you can tell us what happened? Were you hit by a car? Did someone steal your stand or your panties?
No. I'm not the client, actually. The client would be my fiancé, I suppose you'd call him.
Has two E's, nice try. Fiancé? What happened to him then?
He was arrested this morning. The charge was murder.
Murder?
Have you heard about what happened at the park?
Murder in the park. What happened?
I haven't been told all the details.
Oh, just is here to stunt on me.
But I do know a body was found in the park, near the Kataki mansion.
There were a lot of police cars there.
Apparently, the victim was shot with a pistol. But I hear the circumstances of the shooting were rather unusual.
And your fiancé was arrested for this?
What sort of person is your fiancé?
So, what's your story? You frequent the Kataki mansion, yes? Are you a member of their organization?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
You see, I'm to be married next month to the boss's son.
Boss's son? So he's,
Boom.
a gangster.
Yes, but the Katakis are locally responsible gangsters. I thought it'd be nice for a change. Quit my boring job, live the good gangster life.
I think you're onto something. Mrs. Kataki. I like the sound of that. I'm gonna swoop in and steal your man.
I'm not sure your daddy would care much for that. Your fiancé is the Kataki family's only son, correct?
His name's Waki. Waki Kataki. Yes, it is a really fucking stupid name. I brought a photo.
Well, that's quite the photo.
I know. Oh, he can be powerful and menacing, but so cute.
But if he's the boss's only son...
Yes, I'm sure he'll take his father's place someday.
Say, I'm a boss already of this agency.
Please help my Waki, please.
Right, my first solo defense case. Crime boss's son or not, I'll prove he's innocent.
I prepared a letter of request. I know you need those.
Letter of request added to the court record.
Right, let's go check out the scene of the crime.
The scene of the crime? We're not going to detention center.
Brang, 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 dang, brang. Polly, you look as happy as a clam in its shell.
For a lawyer, this is it. The place where the battle begins. You need something? Yes, we're attorneys. I was hoping we could see Mr. Waki Kataki. Sorry, he's in questioning right now. Could take a while.
Drat. Oh well, guess we'll have to come back later then.
So much for that battle. That security camera's looking at me. Wonder if they tape all this. Oh my god! I just realized why I can scroll up and down on this screen when I couldn't on the DS screen. It's because the background illustration is 4:3, and the monitor is now 16:9. So you have to be able to scroll up and down. That's so funny. A security guard. He stands here watching this room. I have no idea if he's listening to us talk. I'm not even sure he's breathing. Where are we going? Oh, right, the park. Oh no, look at that motorcycle. Whom could that be heralding? June 15th, Kitaki Mansion. So this is it, my first murder crime scene. Ah, it's you kids again. Look, can't you find some other place to play?
We're not playing. We're, investigating. Aren't we, Apollo?
Sir, I have a letter of request here. Letter of... Huh? Why does it say hit request on it? Ms. Tiala must have used the Kitaki's stationery. Who's coming through? Who's coming through? Fuck yes! Excuse me, coming through? Ah, it's you, Mr. Gavin. Who's this guy? I must say, I'm used to being inspected by the ladies. But this is the first time I felt this way with a man. Wow! What a strong opening! What a strong opening! Mr. Gavin? Little brother, RB. Little brother. Ah, Fräulein. What is a sweet morsel like you doing in such a dismal place? Can I help?
Yes! The policeman officer fellow here won't let us in. We even have a letter of request.
You must be exhausted standing out here. I will take you to the scene of the crime.
Oh, really?
By your leave, officer. Yes, sir. Of course, sir. Very well. This way, Fräulein.
Whee!
They leave him behind. Yeah. Hey, what about me? June 15th, People Park. On that note, enjoy your investigation.
Thank you. Will we see you again?
Ask the wind, Fräulein. I'll be riding on it. Why were they playing his theme music when we saw him for the first time? Who was that?
Apollo, look! A corpse!
What? Hey, it's just a mannequin.
Wow, it sure got me. Ahem, might I ask exactly what it is you're doing here? Oh, it's you. How did you kids get in here? Oh, this guy, well, he was more like a prince, really. He let us in.
Him again. That glimmerous fop always getting in my way. That fucking faggot always getting in my way. Anyway, this scene is off limits. Excuse me? We have a letter of request. One moment. Why is she holding that big magnifying glass? Hi, Pixel. I'd recognize that handwriting anywhere. Scientific analysis says this was written by Alita Tiala. Thanks. Took you 30 minutes to figure that out? So, what's up with the mannequin there? It's taking the place of the body, preserving the scene of the crime as it was found. The body was pulling the stand? I kind of wish that they went with the unused concept for Emma, which is that she would have visible midriff. Fuck off, Brevi. So, you're a defense attorney, aren't you? Detective Emma Skye, I'm in charge of this crime scene. She doesn't seem that happy about it. She doesn't seem that happy about many things. I trust you know how to stay out of the way. I always carry 2 pairs of handcuffs, just in case. I'm sorry I like Claver Gavin. Did you know he's in a rock band? When you're in court, he plays air guitar from the prosecution's desk. Hey there, no messing with the crime scene. But we need to investigate. Apollo, look, that stand. It says Eldoon. I've noticed. Well, we've solved the case of the missing stand at least. But the circumstances could stand to be better. Yeah, he looks like he belongs in a host club, absolutely.
Hey there, no messing with a crime scene.
But we need to investigate.
Investigations are to be carried out by professionals scientifically.
She's not gonna let us check out the crime scene, is she?
Hey, Apollo, my very unscientific analysis tells me something here is very suspicious.
I think I know what you mean. It's kind of hard not to notice. Better check out what we came here to find, at least. Yeah, I already fucking examined the damn stand. Okay, it's not gonna let me... there's only 2 items as far as the game is concerned. The stand and everything else. Why can't I ask her about Claver? Detective Sky?
Quiet, please.
It's snack time.
We're not making much progress here.
She must not be very busy.
I never seem to get a lucky break. Back after 9 years and they won't give me the position I requested. And then I hear he gave up the defense attorney life.
He? Who's he? Next defense attorney? I can't imagine who she could be referring to. Can you, viewer?
Thank you, Garrulous. Remy, I will have some treats. It is snack time.
Detective Sky?
Quiet, please. It's snack time. We're not making much progress here.
Can we talk about the defendant? No, it continues to be snack time. All right, thank you very much. Ma'am, you've been invaluable. You have an extremely cute outfit on. I will take my leave. Can we go to the detention center now? Oh, it probably wants me to talk to Guy Eldoon. Never mind. Nope. I could show Alita Trucy's panties.
I'm not sure I understand. I'm sorry.
No, it's me who's sorry. Really, sorry. June 15th, Eldoon's house.
Oh, Mr. Eldoon. Hello?
Looks like he left.
And we found his stand and everything. What about our free bowl?
Oh, too bad. Looks like we'll have to wait a little longer for that bowl. So sorry.
Aw, what a bummer.
I wonder if I can convince Amber to get ramen with me after this. Okay, this is the only screen in here, and there's no characters in here. Huh. Why don't any of these screens have music on them? Can you be playing some fucking music right now, dude? Maybe if I go back to the detention center now? I talked to you about everything. I don't really have anything relevant to present to you. Oh, is this your phone, actually? Sorry, I showed her the bowl instead. Okay, no, she has nothing to say about that. I like her nails as well, lime green. That's cute. Her entire outfit is good. Ickfield Clinic? Phoenix isn't even there anymore. Ah, you're back. Run into some problems?
Oh, Polly, didn't you want to tell Daddy something?
Who? Who? Me? No, I'm fine, really. What's this? So there is a problem. No problem. Actually, I got a defense request. A defense request? That is a problem. I've given up the court. I'm not a lawyer anymore. The request was for me! Oh, right. You're a lawyer, aren't you? He's doing that on purpose. I know it. Murder. So, what about this defense request?
It's related to the murder in People's Park, actually.
Guess what? We found Mr. Eldoon's noodle stand at the scene of the crime.
Did you now? That's unusual indeed. Never heard of a noodle stand being used as a murder weapon.
Yeah, I think the murder weapon was something else.
You mean you don't know what the murder weapon was?
That funny detective lady wouldn't let us on the scene. What kind of detective wears a lab coat anyway?
A lab coat? Huh. I don't think she'd be involved with this.
You know her?
Yeah, from previous video game. You could say that.
So, you know her, don't you?
I met her on a case. This was about 10 years ago. Do we have a profile for Claver, by the way? We have a profile for Walkie. He is 19.
Aw, Alita is very slightly older than him. That's cute.
Fuck yes! Spitting image of Mr. Gavin. Blew in like the wind and left like the wind. She was still a high school student at the time.
That would make her about the same age as me.
That's my daddy. He knows all the police types. Oh, wait. Maybe you know that other guy, too.
That other guy?
That shining prince on the motorcycle.
Prince. Mysterious prince. Apollo, tell me about this prince of Trucy's. Indulge a concerned father.
He was at the crime scene. He looked just like Mr. Gavin.
Did he now?
You know him?
My guess is he's Christoph Gavin's younger brother.
His brother?
We're acquaintances after a fashion. Claver Gavin.
Is that even how you would say that? Clavier? What would that be? Is that even like... Does that gel with German phonology? Christoph is Christoph. That much is clear. Hang on, I'm gonna scroll. I'm in Google Translate. I'm gonna go over to German. I'm gonna type in those letters. Klavier. It means piano? That fucking sucks. That really sucks. Wow. All my entire life, I thought it was a cool, real name. It means piano. Okay. Like the first element in clavichord, presumably. Clavier. Clavier, I guess I would say if I had to say with an American accent.
Clavier Gavin, rock and roll god incarnate.
Clavier. What a lovely name. He's so dreamy.
I didn't know Mr. Gavin had a brother. What was he doing out there?
I have a feeling you'll be crossing paths again soon. Now, what was the problem again? Having trouble investigating the crime scene in the park?
Yeah, that detective woman wouldn't let us.
Go to the office. Under the silk top hat, you'll find a bottle of white powder. Try taking that to this detective.
White powder? It's not what I think it is.
That's right, Apollo. It's cocaine. I'm implicating you. Have fun. Just take it to her. It'll be fine, you'll see. Oh, and tell her I said hi. Nepotism.
So this must be the silk top hat Mr. Wright mentioned. Let's take a closer look. Huh?
Whoa!
You know what this is, Trucy?
I remember finding some in Daddy's dresser when I was little. He told me I was bad and to never open his dresser without asking ever again. I thought it was sugar, so I licked it. He got mad at me.
This is getting more and more suspicious.
White powder placed gingerly into pocket. Mysterious white powder with the alleged ability to improve Detective Sky's mood.
Let's go talk to that detective. She's sure to know what that white powder is.
Look at this vectorized text. That rules, dude. Look at that. I love that. Look at that texture.
Ah, the bottle has a label on it.
Can you read it?
Not a word. I'm not sure I speak whatever language this is written in.
That's too bad. I guess we're stuck with this mysterious bottle of white powder.
Give it to Dr. Hickfield.
I just want to try the detention center. No, no dice. Okay, I gotta do it in this specific order. Alita isn't here anymore.
Does this ring any bells?
Ah, is that... It couldn't... Where'd you get that?
I brought it from the office.
You work at the Wright and Company law offices, yes?
Yeah, sort of.
Detective Sky, how do you know my daddy? Have you been up to anything untoward? Daddy? I'm sorry, who did you say you were?
Trucy Wright, Phoenix Wright's daughter.
What? Mr. Wright has a daughter?
You seem shocked. Well, if you're Mr. Wright's daughter and you're his apprentice, then I'm available to help you in any way I can. Oh, thanks. You'd start by not calling me Mr. Wright's apprentice. This powder is used for detecting fingerprints. Fingerprints? Psychomantis. I guess you might call it a memento from the time I spent with Mr. Wright. White powder memories. If you find any evidence with fingerprints on it, please let me know. We'll dust for prints. Wow, the police are being very forthcoming here. Well, she's quite the eager beaver all of a sudden. Can I talk to you about stuff now? The report came in late last night. The body was found much as you see it now. Except it was a real body. But why? Why was a body pulling a noodle stand? If I knew the answer to that, I wouldn't still be here. Well, what was the cause of death? A bullet wound to the temple. He was shot by a pistol. A pistol? Not the easiest thing to come by in this day and age. In the country of... Unless you're a cop or a gangster. Incidentally, the victim's name was Pal Maractus. Just received the autopsy report, in fact. Maractus's autopsy report added to the court record.
I mean, really, what's up with this case?
Pal Maractus, age 46, male, estimated time of death, June 14th between 10:15 and 10:45 p.m. Cause of death, damage to brain resulting from bullet wound. Points of interest, entry point right temple.
It's enough to make me want to run off pulling a mysterious noodle stand behind me.
Not so mysterious, actually. We should tell her Apollo. After all, we know where the stand came from.
A likely story. I didn't come here to play games, you know.
Actually, we do know where the noodle stand came from. The noodle stand's owner is... Phoenix Wright. What is the point of having me do this?
Take that!
Who's the old guy? This is the proprietor of Eldoon's Noodles, Mr. Eldoon himself. He's famous in this part of town. Not bad. I guess Mr. Wright picked the right kids for the job. That saved me a lot of work. Thanks. Look at how cute her buttons are, with the outer ring and then the 4 dots in the center. Noodle stand added to the court record. What sort of person was the victim anyway? Well, Trucy, he obviously worked at the clinic that is right next to the noodle stand that has his name on it. Huh? Look at this, Apollo. Mr. Eldoon spelled his name backwards on this side. I think that says noodle. As in Eldoon's Noodles? Huh. Oh, I get it. So the name of his store is the same whether you read it forwards or backwards. Yeah, I guess it would be. Well, except for the last S. Then how about a store called Team Meat? Close, but that would be Time Might backwards. And what kind of store is that? Why, a store that sells meat. It's not meat unless it's Team Meat. Great question, Arbeat. Unfortunately, it does not seem that we could examine the interior of this stand. What sort of person was the victim anyway? You mean, what did he do? He was a doctor. A doctor? I'm starting to see a connection here. Who? Me? I'm just a supervisor for this crime scene. Detective Sky. I was out of the country for a while. I came back to be a forensic scientist. Ooh, were you studying abroad? Something like that. I was studying in Europe. In the original game, where we were all speaking Japanese, I was studying in America, but actually it was Europe. Yeah, I like her smirk too, Frampus. Forensic sciences, mind you. When I got back here, they threw me in criminal affairs, just like that. Why didn't you just become a forensics expert in Europe? Well, I suppose that was an option, but I don't actually speak any European languages. I had a lot of favors to repay to people back here. Favors? Wasn't she in high school when she left? What? What's that look for? I was involved in an incident before I left. But Mr. Wright and his people helped me out. I owed them. Really? I had no idea. She's been out of the country for a while. She probably doesn't know about Mr. Wright's current state of affairs. Could you tell us a bit about the defendant? He's the only son of the Kataki family, yes? Waki Kataki. I don't know if he is the boss's son, but he's certainly throwing his weight around. Violently in the detention center. I see. Why was he arrested in the first place? You are a defense attorney, aren't you? You're not his by any chance? Actually, yes, I am. Well, we have a witness to the moment of the crime. Witness called the police. They'll be testifying during the trial tomorrow. What? No, Brevi. Could you tell us a bit more about the victim? Well, let's see. Apparently he's the physician at a clinic in the area. Quite well off, too, from the sound of it. The clinic's name is the Maractus Clinic. Maybe that's why the cop car was parked there. What? You've been to the clinic? Yeah, though on a related issue. I told the detective about the case of the stolen noodle stand. I see. So that means Dr. Maractus stole the stand and pulled it all the way here? That would seem to be the case. But why? Don't ask me! Oh, I get to examine the scene now as well. And this is Mr. Eldoon's noodle stand, obviously. It does say Eldoon in big letters, doesn't it? And that mark on his paper lantern there looks familiar. It's gonna be a little weird telling him the corpse and all. Anyway, that wraps up 3 of our cases. That's right! Congratulations, Apollo! And leaves us with one case that's worse than all 3 put together. Murder. Blue tarps have been placed on the ground around the stand.
Apollo, I bet the victim was gonna have a picnic here.
I guess he could have eaten all the noodles he wanted. Don't touch those. Those are preserving the crime scene. Oh, I guess the police put those tarps here after all. This mannequin is dressed up to look like a police officer. I've seen one at the station. Mannequin in place of a body. The body of the victim has already been removed.
You think the victim was the noodle stand thief?
What, you think someone killed him because he stole it?
Yeah. Taking care of business, Little Plum Kataki style.
Try not to sound too eager about that, please. It's a knife! A shiv, to be precise. No, I think that's a tanto, Emma. I think that is a tanto, which is a type of ceremonial short sword or dagger carried by samurai, principally used to commit ritual suicide. I would not call that a shiv, Emma. Ew, lingo. The defendant, Waki Kataki, is the son of known gangsters. The police are assuming this belongs to him. Wait, but wasn't the murder weapon a pistol? Huh? Look at this. There's a handprint on this shiv. A handprint? And there might be a fingerprint. Let's investigate. Evidently, Brevi, Japan does not exist.
Right. First, choose the fingerprint you want to examine.
Choose a fingerprint?
Look closely at the handle.
See, there's more than one fingerprint here.
There's black spots?
That's right. Pick the one you want to analyze. It's the most obvious one, I guess. Right, let's get detecting. Wow, she's practically glowing with excitement.
First, sprinkle some aluminum powder over the print. With a press of A, like this, see?
In the original game, you tapped on the touch screen, and then you blew into the microphone to blow the excess powder away. And it was the most fun I ever had in my life, and I don't get to do it here.
The oil left by the print absorbs the aluminum powder, so you just dust it on and blow it off. Blow? It's like whistling. You know how to whistle, don't you?
Just use your Y button and blow.
Wow, amazing! It's just like magic.
Isn't it, though? Right, let's give it a shot.
Incidentally, it's important that you cover the entire fingerprint with the powder.
You do not have a limited inventory of powder, so you can just go fucking nuts like this. I think we also did this we did also do this in the last case, in Rise from the Ashes, the last case of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney.
Good, clear, quite impressive. Next, to match the print. The police office has samples, so you can tell whose finger this print belongs to.
I should have blown into the mic, Remy. That doesn't sound like as much fun as actually finding the print.
Okay, pick the person whose print you think this is. You probably have a good idea whose knife this is already.
This is what Pal Maractus looks like? Clavier is how I'm gonna say his name. Clavier in American, clavier. Clavier. I don't know. We'll figure it out. It's probably Walkie, though. Wow! Age 19 sex male. Aw, man. Yeah, I thought I remembered it doing that. So, the fingerprints do belong to the defendant.
Yes, isn't it amazing? Ah, the power of science. It's my life. The narwhal bacons at midnight. Apollo, she's sparkling.
And I'm dimming.
Look sharp, spirits up. The real fight is yet to come. Chin up, Polly.
The trial hasn't even started and I'm already losing. Knife added to the court record. Bum, ba, na, 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 ba, ba, da, ba.
So, the defendant's prints are on this knife.
That would mean that he was here the night of the crime.
That's what I call irrefutable scientific evidence. Neat.
Not so neat when it happens to be evidence against our client. Robot's ghost, I don't think there was any chance that she wasn't. Okay. I think I've got everything I need here. Policeman. Oh, hang on. Benches line the river running through the park.
Ah, a little urban oasis. I bet children come here to splash around in the water.
That river's a little deep for splashing, and a little dirty.
Well, they could listen to the water and pretend they were playing.
There's gotta be a good clue or two around here.
You and your trash cans. Go ahead, knock yourself out.
Please, can't you see I'm doing my... Huh? The positions of the prints look a bit strange, like he was holding the knife at an angle. I think that the idea is that he was holding it like this. I think that... I don't know, but I think this is supposed to be like pinky, ring, middle, index. Yeah, and then this would be the thumb. Look! Another pair of underwear!
Wow, Apollo! You're a genius at finding panties.
Stop saying that. Wait, these aren't...
They're not mine.
Could these have been stolen too? Bloomers added to the court record. So, have you met the defendant? No.
Visiting hours are almost over at the detention center.
You might think about wrapping up here and heading over. Good idea. I don't know what good it'll do. We have a witness and a knife with prints. I mentioned I've got a bad feeling about this.
Don't worry, it's like a right tradition.
Some traditions I can live without. Well, if Plum is here, I can give her her panties back, but she's not. Okay. So let us, in fact, away to the detention center. Finally, I get to do this guy's fucking voice. June 15th, detention center, visitor's room. I'm sorry. Meeting hours for the day are all done. But we still have 3 minutes! I'll put in your request, but don't expect anything. The father's talking in the private room with him.
A father? You mean like a priest?
I mean the suspect's father, Mr. Winfred Big Wins Kitaki himself. Not someone I care to meet. Ah, you
Enjoy the one on your way out, old... Ah, they're here. Fuck yes. I love his cute little apron. Whoa, this guy radiates power. Power with a cute apron?
You're Walkie's lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm Big Wins Kataki, fourth head of the Kataki family. Capiche?
Actually, I came to speak to your son.
Mr. Justice.
Yes?
My son's innocent. He killed no one. If he were found guilty, it wouldn't be too good. Capiche?
Yes, I'm all about capiching. Capiche loud and clear.
You gotta do more than just understand to make it. You'll learn, though.
Oh, the Italian Yakuza.
Even if the lesson comes at the end of your short life.
I don't feel so good. What's the big idea, old man? You can't treat me like a kid no more, not now. You know, I wanted to go to the clink. I like it here.
You must be Walkie.
A G's not a G till he does hard time, bizoy. You'll see, when I get out of here, things will change.
Silence! My apologies, Mr. Justice. He's usually such a nice boy.
Forgive me if I have a hard time believing that.
Ha! You can't take me under your wing this time, old man. You hired me. I don't need no trial. I did it.
I think that's enough for today, Mr. Justice. Don't let me down tomorrow.
How is there a trial if he's pleaded guilty? So much for talking to our client.
But we made so much progress today. We even found my panties. I had fun, at least.
Of course, the biggest mystery of all remains. How am I supposed to build a case for the trial?
Oh, almost forgot. It's time for my show. Tonight I'm performing at the Wonder Bar. You should come check it out.
Ba-da-dum-ba-boo-ba-boo-ba. Save my current progress. Save it here. Overwrite. Okay. Can I get some music going? Can I get some music going? There we go. 5 hours and 11 minutes. I could not think of a better, god fucking damn it, amount of time for this to have taken. And it is now time for me to rate out. I did not take the time to light up the green screen before I went live, plainly. Just so, RB. Oh, roses lie. Yeah, Saros? J-Drox, I'm not sure who you mean. Trucy's behind me. Guys, thank you all so much for showing up to watch me stream Phoenix Wright today. I had a really great time. I had a lot of fun doing the voices, even if my Apollo voice got deeper and deeper as the stream went on because the strain wore on my throat more and more. I do, as ever, especially want to thank those of you who were able to donate to the stream today, being Standard Hunter with the big 50, and also MK and Kringus and Ezer and Maddox Kent. Thank you guys all so much. I'm very, very grateful. I'll be back tomorrow streaming more Apollo Justice, and I might even have a special guest. So look out for that. In the meantime, I hope you guys enjoy the rated stream and the rest of your evenings. Take care for now, and bye-bye. Oh, wait. No, never mind. I have a subathon next week. It doesn't matter. It's not tomorrow. It's the next week. Bye.